Today is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Nicholas Terry, offender number 1800309, and that is you, correct, sir?
That is.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing, and did you receive your disclosure documents?
Yes, sir.
You had the opportunity to review those?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. My name's Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Mr. Terry, did you have the opportunity to meet with counsel prior to today's hearing?
I did.
And as you can see, we do have Ms. Conyers present, who is your attorney. It looks like you have one parole allegation. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed with this allegation?
I'll admit to it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Terry, is that what you'd like to do today, admit to allegation one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, do you have a recommendation, any additional information you'd like to provide to the board?
Yes, we have a recommendation, 180 days with credit for time going back to when he was picked up around September 19th, and he'd asked for another opportunity of parole. This was his second parole. He would like to start his parole with his brother. To live with his brother. He doesn't have any children there. There are no children in that house, and he would prefer to live there, not a halfway house. He is already pretty good with his alpha treatment. He plans to do outpatient treatment there. All he needs to do is he's waiting on his exit polygraph, and he'll get that done. And then he plans to do outpatient. He's been working really closely with Melissa over there at Alpha. He can return to the job he had previously, which was doing manual labor for a place called Hydro Engineering. He does have other sources that will help him at stability, including a car, and so he can get around to treatment and otherwise. He'll be doing a 12-step program through LDS services and hopes to return to regular activity with that church. While he's been waiting, he has been making use of his time in custody by completing the core and relapse prevention classes. So those skills that he's learned will help him with this parole. So that's our request, is that he be granted another opportunity.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a representative from AP&P present. Do you mind stating your name for the record?
Absolutely. My name is Michaela Kuhn. I'm a case manager here at Bonneville.
Okay. And I'll place you on oath. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
All right, thank you. And go ahead with the recommendation from AP&P. Any information you think the board should consider?
Yeah, absolutely. So Mr. Terry has not been able to complete SOTP while on parole. His last violations were very concerning with going to parks. And as such, as far as alpha counseling, I know that his treatment provider, actually his therapist, is no longer with alpha. We would like him to start his treatment over, but do SOTP while incarcerated. He has not been able to successfully complete treatment while on parole, and we feel like he would benefit from SOTP inside the prison, where it's a monitored environment and he has less, less opportunities to be distracted while in the community.
Okay, and then with the recommendation to have him complete sex offender treatment within the prison, that would put him past the 6-month cap. Are you asking for the board to find a public safety exception?
Yes, we are. Like I said, his last parole, he was out seeking sex inside of gas stations. He was going to parks. His offense has been on base with his cycle of behavior, and we feel he would be better served to do SOTP while incarcerated.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Terry, you've heard the recommendation and the information that's been provided by both counsel and from adult probation and parole. Do you have a response to any of that?
No, I would like an opportunity. I know that some of my behaviors might look like I was in my cycle, but I believe that I know I don't believe I know I can make it out there on the streets. I've done a lot of good things. I was in therapy. I was 2 weeks from technically I was graduated from core and had done my relapse prevention with Jordan Tyjian through through Bonneville through Alpha Counseling. I was done. I was just waiting for the exit polygraph, which was set for 2 weeks, October 6th, when this occurred. And so I was done with the program itself. I was just waiting for the exit polygraph to be to actually conclude the program. And so I believe that I'm ready to be out on the streets. I know that, you know, there's still things that I need to work on. And I've been working on that while I've been here. I've done classes. I'm currently enrolled in the MRT. I've done part of the relapse prevention program over again, and I'm still striving to be a better person as I am right now. I just would ask that you guys, you know, give me a chance to prove that I'm capable of being out on the streets and being a productive member of society.
Well, and your counsel provided some detailed information as far as what your release plans are, as far if the board goes that direction. If we could just go back to the violation and the information that was presented in the warrant request. You were, what appears to be, entirely out of control. You were sneaking around. You weren't following the rules of the center. You were meeting up with people from other parolees and engaging in deviant behavior. If you could provide some context as to why, on one hand, it seems like you were engaging in treatment to some level, but then completely disregarding some of the other conditions of your parole. If you could provide some context as to why you chose to involve yourself in that.
So what you're talking about happened within a 2 week period, and Mrs. Kuhn as well as Cabanilla were switching, and I am not very well at taking, what would you call that, change, and so part of my behavior was that 2 week lapse, where I went and was doing things that I shouldn't have. I very much agree that I should have been doing some of those things, and I'm not trying to make excuses for those. I just want to put in some context that yes, I did do some things that I wasn't supposed to. I feel like there was a lot of changes going about throughout Bonneville. They took a lot of the good parole officers and changed them, and was changing in the process of changing things, like a lot of the guards and a lot of the things that they were doing there. And it just kind of got me a little overstressed. And so I did some of the things that I wasn't supposed to. Before this incident actually happened, we're at the park, and I'll get to the park situation in a second. But before this actually happened, I talked to my therapist, Jordan Tyjian, about some of the behaviors that I was doing, and me and him had already talked through some of those. Now with the park, looking back, I knew I shouldn't have done it, but it was, what would you call that? It was not intentional to go into a place where people congregate or children congregate. I went there just strictly to use the restroom at 11 o'clock at night on a school night. I did not, in my mind, believe that there was going to be safety put at risk by going to a park at 11 o'clock at night on a school night. So that's the reason behind my going to the park. It wasn't nothing nefarious. It wasn't trying to lure children or any of that. It was strictly to go use the restroom. I was there for I think the records showed that I was there for 3 minutes and 24 seconds at the park. And so I was just strictly using the restroom, sir.
All right. And then with the relapse prevention that you participated in, what was the focus of that class?
It's to do successful planning for my success plan. And it pretty much just, what you do is you put a success plan together, your high risk situations, your ways to cope with those, and your family support, your support out there on the streets, and you put it into a packet that you can use when you get out.
All right. Well, I'll make sure the board has all the information that we've discussed today. The 5 board members will deliberate over the next couple of weeks, make a decision, and then mail you that final board order. Do you have any additional comments or questions, Mr. Terry?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Conyers, anything additional?
No, thank you.
Okay. And then Agent Kuhn, anything additional?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Alphonso Hendricks, offender number 198161. And that is you, correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in your disclosure documents?
I did.
You had the opportunity to read through those?
Yes, I did.
You feel ready to proceed today?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Did you get the opportunity to meet with counsel prior to today's hearing?
I did.
And as you can see, we have Ms. Conyers present today. In my review, it appears as though you have 4 parole allegations, and you also have a pending case of, looks like 3 Class B misdemeanors and a Class C misdemeanor related to the allegations. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed with these allegations?
Yes, let's enter denials for now and then continue this for 30 days so that he can resolve that criminal case.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hendricks, is that your understanding? You're going to enter denials to the allegations today. The board will set this out for a paper review to track the pending cases. Once those are resolved, then the board can move forward.
Yes. Is the paper review 90 days? Because I had a paper review 90 days before.
That's generally the time frame. Your counsel's recommended that the board set this out for a 30-day paper review. The
Okay.
board does often set these out for 90-day paper review with the understanding that if anything gets resolved sooner, the board will be notified and then they can get you back on a calendar.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I've had a paper review before, and then they put me out for another paper review, and then I didn't get to see the board for like 11 months after that.
And
It was
the
crazy.
nature of these pending cases, I would hope that they get resolved much sooner than that. So
Okay.
I'll recommend to the board, I'll provide the recommendation from council to 30-day. If they do set it out for a longer period, just know that as soon as they're resolved, submit something to the board to let us know.
Okay.
All right. And then we have Agent Heath present. Agent Heath, do you have anything additional?
No, I agree with the asking for the continuance.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this point, we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. Mr. Hendricks, you'll get notification of that board order here in a couple weeks.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Today is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jason Pratt, offender number 182263, and that is you, correct, sir?
Yes,
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in your disclosure documents?
yes,
And I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Did you get the opportunity to meet with counsel, Ms. Conyers, prior to today's hearing?
yes,
And you feel ready to proceed today?
yes,
All right. Ms. Conyers, there are 4 parole allegations, and there's a pending case, 241-902-845, related to allegation 4. How would you like to proceed?
Yes, at this time, we'd like to enter denials. We would ask to make, we would make a stipulated motion to strike number 3, the theft charge. The reason for that is because that has not been filed, and it sounds like from the agent, it's, based on that it's from August, it's unlikely to be filed, and so I don't want that holding us back the next time we're here, so we would ask to make a stipulated motion to actually not just enter denial, but also strike number 3. And then we would ask to continue for 90 days while he figures out his pending criminal case.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pratt, is that your understanding? You're going to enter denials to the allegations. Counsel has moved the board to dismiss allegation 3. Adult probation and parole is stipulated to that. And then this gets set out for 90 days to track that pending case. Once that pending case has been resolved, the board can move forward.
Yes.
You understand all that? Okay.
yes,
Agent Cummings, is that your understanding also you are willing to dismiss allegation 3?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Anything additional from AP&P?
Not at the present time.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Conyers, anything additional?
Sorry, just one more thing. Mr. Pratt says that he did not get a copy of his packet. Is that true, Mr. Pratt?
yes. I have not received a blue packet yet.
If there's a way that we can get that to him.
Okay, so you didn't receive the warrant request or any of that information?
I received that one, but the actual blue packet itself, usually I get one after. I didn't receive that one, but I did receive the one with the warrant and everything else. I did receive that one.
Okay, well, I'll check with our disclosure people and make sure you get all of the information that needs to be disclosed.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Mr. Pratt, you'll get the official board order here in the next couple weeks.
All right.
All right, we'll go
Thanks,
ahead and
Liz.
conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
Real quick, just so that you're aware, Mr. Pratt's case is set for a decision to prelim on December 10th.
Okay,
So
perfect. Thank you.
just want to make sure that we're setting it out far enough that he can get his stuff taken care of.
Perfect.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
That's it for me today.
Yeah.
Take care.
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Rodney Conover, offender number 77228, and that is you, correct, sir?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right. Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in your disclosure documents?
Yes, sir.
You had the opportunity to look through those and you feel ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir. By my understanding, I'm being charged, so. it
Yeah,
should be-
we'll go through all that. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide today will be the truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Conover, you have 5 parole allegations and you also have pending cases, case 241-913-765, possession with intent, second-degree felony, and case and failure to register an expired vehicle. That's an infraction. We do have your attorney present, Ms. Conyers. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed with these allegations?
Yes, we'd enter denials at this time and make a motion to continue for 60 days while he continues the court process.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Conover, as you were going to mention, you do have those pending cases. So what council is recommending that this gets set out 60 days. The board can track those pending cases. As soon as it's resolved, notify the board and then the board can move forward.
Okay.
All right, do you have anything additional?
Not at this point in time, except I was stupid. Don't say that.
All right, and we do have a representative from adult probation and parole here. Agent, do you mind stating your name for the record?
Yeah, I'm Agent Aubrey.
Okay, Agent Aubrey, anything additional from AP&P?
Not at this time, no. I did look up his pending case, and he does have a initial appearance. It looks like on December 5th. So
All
just
right,
making
thank
you
you.
aware of that.
All right, Mr. Conover, the board will review all this information. They'll send you a copy of the official board order here in a couple weeks outlining what we've discussed today.
All righty.
All right, we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Today is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Pete Salazar, offender number 160373, and that is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in your disclosure documents?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. As you can see, we have your attorney, Ms. Conyers, present. Did you get the opportunity to meet with her prior to today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. You do have 7 parole allegations. Ms. Conyers, in the warrant request, it indicated that there will be pending charges related to these allegations. I haven't seen anything filed, but how would you like to proceed with the allegations?
I'd love to know from APMP what the plan is.
We do have Agent, do you mind stating your name for the record?
Adair.
Agent Adair, representing adult probation and parole. Agent Adair, do you swear or affirm the statements that you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
All right, thank you. And then Ms. Conyers was asking about the status of any potential pending cases.
I checked online yesterday, and it doesn't look like Salt Lake has filed any charges yet. But I mean, it does take some time, especially with the felony too, for a burglary. So if we could hold off for a little bit longer as to let them charges get filed.
So, Agent, would you mind following up with them and seeing where they're at with those?
I can do that, yeah.
Because I know that they're running behind. I don't know that they're running that far behind, but maybe they're waiting on something from you. So if you wouldn't mind following up, that would be great.
Sure.
So what we'll do at this time is we would enter denials, and I guess we'll continue for 30 days and ask to APMP to follow up with that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Salazar, what council is recommending is that the board set this out for a 30-day paper review to track any potential pending cases. Once the board receives notification one way or the other, whether they are going to be filed or they aren't, then the board can move forward with another decision. So in the meantime, council has entered denials to all the allegations on your behalf. Do you understand all of that? Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. No, no questions.
Okay, thank you. Anything additional from you, Agent Adair?
No, not at this time.
Okay. All right, Mr. Salazar, you'll get a copy of the board order in the next couple weeks. It'll outline what was discussed today.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael Delvin, offender number 180613, and that is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir. It's Devlin, but yeah. You said
What was
Delvin.
that?
It's the name is Devlin. You said Delvin, but I guess just.
Oh, Devlin. Okay. All right. No, Mr. Devlin, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes,
Okay. And you feel ready to proceed today?
I do.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing.
Okay.
And Mr. Devlin, as you can see, your attorney, Ms. Conyers, is present.
Mhm.
And you had the opportunity to meet with her prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Ms. Conyers, there are 8 parole allegations. There was also 2 new convictions. There was case number 241902577. The sex offender violation. I think that is associated with allegation 4, even though the date isn't the same. The offense date, I think, should be September 17th. It's listed as August 28th. And then there was a separate conviction, case 241801803, criminal trespass. That was a Class B misdemeanor associated with allegation 1. How would you like to proceed with the allegations?
Yes, thank you. So he'll admit 1, well, he'd asked to strike 2 and 3 as they were dismissed for plea. For number 4, he'll admit number 4, no contest for number 5, as he was in process of getting his evaluation when this occurred. Number 6, he'll admit to the possession of marijuana. Number 7, no contest. 8, we'd asked to strike because it appears to be a kind of a duplicate of number 5. 5 is getting the evaluation and doing treatment, and then 7 is not doing treatment. So we'd asked to strike number 8 as it's fairly duplicative of number 5.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Devlin, counsel has indicated that you would like to admit to allegation 1, deny allegations 2 and 3, and have those dismissed. Admit to allegation 4, no contest plea to allegation 5, as you were in the process of getting your evaluation for treatment. Admit to allegation 6, no contest plea to allegation 7. Deny allegation 8 and also have that one dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And based off of your pleas, your previous parole date will be revoked, and then the board can move forward with a decision. Ms. Conyers, do you have a recommendation for the board? Any other information you'd like to provide?
We do. We'd ask for 180 days and then another opportunity of parole. He'd asked to start that parole at a sober living, where he will continue doing treatment. He started getting the evaluation, so he would continue his treatment at Weaver Recovery Services. He does need to figure out his registration, which may only be 10 years, but he needs to figure that out. And then he has some employment opportunities. He's a roofer by trade, but has a TBI, but thinks he can get that figured out. So it sounds like he has some good plans for parole if granted that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And we have Agent Adair present, representing adult probation and parole. Agent Adair, do you have a recommendation from AP&P? Any information you'd like to provide?
Yes, APNP, sorry, just scrolling down. Our recommendation is that Michael's parole be revoked and be held until his expiration date. Michael's been on for quite some time now. This isn't his first time dealing with the registry. He continues to violate the registry, and actually get new charges for his sex offense. So APNP recommends that he be held until his expiration date. I'm fine with taking off number 8, because yeah, I think that would be kind of duplicate of his number 5. But him being in treatment, he was not, to my recollection, not even getting enrolled in treatment, and he wasn't even looking for employment at the time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Devlin, you've heard the recommendations and information that was provided by counsel and also from Agent Adair. What's your response to all of that?
It's kind of interesting. I don't know if it's the right word. I do feel kind of victimized, and the reason being is that the reason that I didn't comply with the registration requirements is because it was a lewdness charge in 1997, which only carried a 10-year registration. When Utah started contacting me through the mail to comply with registration requirements, I called Texas myself. God is my witness. And Texas informed me I was no longer required to register. So I disregarded the things I was getting in the mail to comply with registration because I was already, it was a clerical error on somebody's fault. I don't know. I have a TBI, so just my daily routine is a struggle for me. I'm 40% unconscious by diagnosis. So I have severe brain damage, and getting simple things done that are simple for other people are complicated for me. Anyways, God is, again, is my witness. I am no longer required to register, but because of a clerical error, not on my part, the registration requirement resurfaced. And so because I didn't comply with it, I got charged with a felony. So yes, I did get put on parole. I've been to jail. I've been in prison over 2 years total on this already. And I'm still looking at more time. But the reason I didn't comply with the registration requirements is because I was no longer required to do so. Now, because I cannot prove that, I have the burden of proof, and because of my TBI, it makes it extremely difficult for me to obtain that proof. I feel victimized because I'm being punished for something that I'm not really guilty of, because I would have complied. I was registering for, it was in 1997, so I've been registered for somewhere around 20 years. You go down to the police department, you give them your address, make sure if you move within 3 days, you comply with that. It's not a big deal. The only reason I didn't comply is because I was already finished with my 10-year registration. And if anybody would look at the original charge, a lewdness charge in Texas or Utah only carries a 10-year registration. Again, it was in 1997, almost 30 years ago. This has completely exhausted the registration requirements. But because of a clerical error, not on my part, is why I was charged with it. And the reason that I didn't comply is because I myself, and God is my witness, contacted Texas, and they told me over the phone, I never received anything in the mail to confirm it, but I was informed that the officer looked on the computer, whatever, he said, you are no longer required to register. And that meant anywhere in the United States or in the world. And so when I had that information, I was relieved. And now,
well, Mr. Devlin, that's an issue that we're not going to be able to resolve in a 15-minute parole violation hearing. But now that you know that not registering is going to result in further violations and even convictions, are you willing to follow the registration requirements?
Well, yeah, of course. Now if I'm required to register, well, then of course I'm going to do so, because I'd be foolish not to. It's not, again, it's not something that's difficult. It takes like 15 minutes at the police department and you're done. And I would.
Okay, very good. So now that you're aware of that, if the board was to grant you an opportunity of parole, you will comply with those registration requirements?
Well, yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you. If you could just briefly go over the parole period and what caused some of these violations. You've already explained the registration issue, so you don't have to go over that again. But okay, some of the issues with having a residence, being in the park, that type of thing.
Well, I was in the New Life Ogden, the residential treatment program, the Ogden Rescue Mission, and there was a misunderstanding. I studied the Bible all day long. It's just what I choose to do. And with my TBI, I do need to be working. In the treatment program, you go for a time period where you work for them, and then you look for a job. So all the time that I had off, I was able to do what I chose to do, which is to study. And so they had me working in the kitchen there. Anyways, it was a misunderstanding. Apparently I was studying when I was supposed to be working in the kitchen, but I was only studying during my breaks. And because I wasn't complying with what supposedly was my obligation to work in the kitchen, they made me leave the Ogden Rescue Mission program. And I had went from Nuke to the Ogden Rescue Mission program. So when I had to leave the Ogden Rescue Mission program, I was homeless. I had no place to go. I had no money. I had no job. And so I went to the Lantern House, which is a homeless shelter. And I had no job. I had no resources. I was looking for work. There was nowhere really to find work. I did have ID, so I could have went to probably like a staffing company or something, which I was in the process of doing that. I was looking and asking and keeping ears open for work. I was in at the Lantern House for about, I think, 3 weeks when this charge happened, I think. It was 3 or 4 weeks, I'm not sure. But again, I was homeless and I was staying in overflow there. So at 5 o'clock in the morning, you're asked to leave and you have just the whole day to do whatever. The only reason I was at the park is I was looking for a place to study where I could sit at the table. And again, because of my TBI, you would think, and a normal person without a brain injury probably would have understood that being on the registry, they were not allowed to be in the park, but I had no idea. I didn't see any harm. I was sitting at the table. I was studying. I was writing. And the police officers had walked up to me because they had given me a ticket at the Lantern House. And so they knew that I was on the registry. And so first they walked up to me and they asked me what I was doing. I said I was just sitting there studying all, and they had left. And then they came back an hour later and arrested me because I was not allowed to be in the park because I was on the registry. And if
what are your long-term plans?
I wanted to go back in the Salt Lake City, the New Life treatment program, because you can live there for like up to 6 months and then they help you find work and they help you get a place to live. And so until you can accomplish that, you're able to stay there in their facility. And that's what I wanted to do in the Ogden Rescue Mission program. But perhaps the Salt Lake New Life treatment program would be a better option because you live there. I have no intentions on doing wrong. I only want to do what's right. And as far as the drug use and stuff like that, I think that was just a product of my environment. I was homeless. I was stuck. And it was a bad decision. But
Do you plan on residing in Utah for the long term?
I do. As far as, I mean, I have to go to a treatment program. And I think the New Life treatment program in Salt Lake would be ideal because you stay there for like to an extended period of time and they actually help you to get into a place that you can afford and they help you get work and the whole process. And so until that, you have stability. And so as long as I have stability, I think I'll stay sober, comply with the registration requirements, and I'll be just fine. Instead, if I'm kicked out in the street with no money and no resources and nowhere to go, that's when difficulty happens because I don't know what to do with myself. And I am 40% unconscious, but I have severe brain damage. I test myself sometimes in the evening to see if I can remember what I had for breakfast. Sometimes I can, and sometimes I can't. So like when I was at New, going on job search and all that, there was no way I was going to find work. I'm standing at the bus stop like a 9-year-old kid, wondering what time I got to be back. And I'd go to Workforce Services, get on the computer looking for work, and I couldn't get it done. So I just leave because I was more concerned about getting back to Nuke on time than I was about finding work. And so in a situation like that, I can't function. But in the New Life treatment program, where I have stability, I can function. And so if something like that could happen, then yeah, Utah could be my long-term.
Well, thank you for responding to my question. Mr. Devlin, what I will do moving forward is I will get all the information that was presented today from you, from your attorney, from Agent Adair, and the board will review everything and make a decision as to what should happen moving forward. I don't know what that decision will be, but they should be able to get that order over to you by mail in the next couple weeks.
Okay.
All right, Agent Adair, anything additional?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Conyers, anything additional?
Nothing. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Today's the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Jimmy Espinoza, offender number 189355. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and disclosure documents that you've had the opportunity to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. You have 7 parole allegations. You also have 3 pending cases. Did you get the opportunity to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers, prior to today?
Yes, sir, but we didn't really talk about nothing.
Okay, and as you can see, she is present today. Ms. Conyers, how would you like to proceed with these allegations?
And that's right. Mr. Espinoza and I really didn't have a chance to talk. The reason for that, Mr. Espinoza, is because you have pending charges. But the next time you see me after all those charges are adjudicated, then we'll definitely talk more about these allegations. So what we'd like to do at this time is enter denials and then continue this for 90 days while he resolves some of those cases. All of them, in fact.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Espinoza, do you understand that you have those pending cases, one of which is a felony one, serious pending case? So what council's recommending that this gets set out 90 days to track those pending cases? In the meantime, she entered denials on the allegations on your behalf, and then the board will move forward with another decision once those cases have been resolved.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about that process?
So I gotta finish that with my other court things, and then I'll come back again.
Right. Then the board will get you back on a calendar.
Okay.
All right. And then we have Agent Britton with representing adult probation and parole. Agent Britton, anything additional from you?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Espinoza, you'll get a board order here in the next 2 weeks, which will outline what was discussed today, and then the board will be tracking those pending cases. Once they've been resolved, the board will be notified. You'll get back on a calendar.
I have one question, sir.
Sure.
So that was the assault thing, the domestic one was in California, and it was like 10 years ago. So I don't know how that is, or how that's going for me, like, because they dropped it in California.
Yeah, so being that you have other allegations, those aren't the only allegations. What's been stated today is that there's denials entered to all of the allegations. And then once those pending cases have been resolved, you'll have another conversation with your counsel, a more in-depth conversation regarding those specific allegations. Then you can decide how you want to move forward with those.
Okay, so they're just allegations for now?
Yes, just allegations for now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Fred BOMAR. Mr. BOMAR, your offender number is 204682, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Aubrey from AP&P. Mr. BOMAR, Agent Aubrey, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
I do. Great, thank you. Mr. BOMAR, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yeah.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yep.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yep.
All right, very good. It looks like we have 9 allegations against Mr. BOMAR regarding his parole violations. The first 6 of which allege criminal activity. Agent Aubrey, are we pursuing criminal charges in this matter?
I spoke with the liaison for the gang task force, who arrested Mr. BOMAR. They are pursuing charges. They were just waiting on a few pieces of evidence from the registry. And she told me that they should be getting that back this week. And I have not heard from her today yet, but that is where we are at with those charges being pursued.
All right. Ms. Conyers, I guess I'll turn to you. How do you want to proceed today?
Well, that's interesting because Mr. BOMAR said that his family was in touch with the district attorney's office and that they had confirmed that the charges were declined. So maybe they were mistaken about that, or I don't know what happened. But so Mr. BOMAR, we can talk about this privately if you prefer, but what that means is we don't really have much of a choice here, unless you're willing to admit these allegations, which is against my advice. We're going to enter denials on all the allegations at this time, and we're going to have to probably continue this. I don't know that we'll set up for an evidentiary hearing because it sounds like they should be filed quicker than that. Agent, I would ask, are you going to be keeping up on this so that we can get this moving along? It has been a little bit of time.
Yes, I will. I'm going to be in contact with the gang unit today.
I appreciate that. So I guess that's what we'll do is we'll enter denials on all the allegations and continue this for 30 to 60 days while AP&P gets those charges filed.
Can we just terminate or expirate? I'd rather just do my time. I only have 2 years left on my sentence. Expirate it. If they hit me with new charges, they do. If they don't, they don't. I don't want to come back in front of you guys again, this back and forth thing. I'm not okay with that. I'm not going to take a parole. Even if you tell me today you're giving me a parole next week, I'm not leaving. So just give me my time. I'm good. There's no point in wasting your time or mine. I'm not taking another parole. If they file charges, then I'll just do the time. I don't care.
Sir, unfortunately, you are still going to have to address these parole violations. I suppose you could admit all of them. Again, that's against my advice.
Even if I admit to them, they're not gonna. The worst thing they're gonna do is 0 to 5.
Yeah, they're still going to have a hearing on this. So I guess your choice is, if you don't want to do the back and forth, I suppose you could always not come to these hearings. Again, that would also not be in my advice, but the board's going to do what the board is going to do. They're going to have you come back here later, and you're going to have to go to court to respond to these charges.
Okay. The worst thing they got is a 0 to 5 on me, so I'm good.
Okay.
So Agent Aubrey, I just want to stress, I mean, it's been 2 months. I understand this is out of your control, so I don't want to shoot the messenger, but it's been 2 months. This should have been filed by now. I get that there's, different factions, I shouldn't say, but different operations within the office. What it looks like sounds like we're talking to the gang task force, but still, it's been 2 months and it doesn't seem like this is rocket science. These charges should have been filed by now. So I'm going to set it for a 30-day continuance, but if they get filed before, please let us know here at the board. Send us a special attention so we can make note of that. Mr. BOMAR, I understand your frustration. As your attorney said,
I get frustrated because my family contacted the DA and they let them know that the evidence that was being used against me was being used in a DCFS case against my friend whose house I was going to. This is bullshit. 2
Be that
months.
as it-
Every
be that
every
as
other
it
time
may.
I've ever been charged, I've been charged and been seeing the judge within a week. This is pointless.
Be that as it may, we're stuck with the frustrations of some bureaucracy. And so I will take to the board the note that you would refuse a parole, that you would rather serve out the final 2 years of your sentence regardless.
Absolutely.
Even if we were to resolve this today, that would be your position, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. I'll let the board know that. As your attorney pointed out, we have there's certain due process you're entitled to. So we will have to resolve these cases or these allegations at some point. So we will schedule a hearing in the future at some point. How you handle that is up to you, between you and your attorney. But for today, I will note the denials to the allegations. I do find probable cause to continue the hearing. We'll set it for a paper review at the end, in 30 days. And then Agent Aubrey, as I said, if those charges get filed, please let us know, send us a special attention so that we can react appropriately to that. And then Mr. Bomar, just look for the, excuse me, correspondence from the board regarding what happens next, okay?
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Caleb Sanders. Mr. Sanders, your offender number is 183020. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. We conduct your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Grange. Mr. Sanders, Agent Grange, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand.
You're breaking up a little bit. I can't hear you very good.
So I was just saying that I need to swear both Agent Grange and Mr. Sanders in. So if you could each please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Agent Grange, I think we couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a problem with your audio. Thank you. All right, Mr. Sanders, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yep.
All right, very good. Looks like we have 2 allegations against Mr. Sanders. How are we handling those today, Ms. Conyers?
He'll admit to both, and I have a bit of an explanation for them as well.
Okay. All right, before we get to that explanation, Mr. Sanders, I just want to make sure you understand that you do have the right to require APNP to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That evidentiary hearing looks like a trial where APNP has to put on evidence. They have to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You would be able to defend yourself through an attorney appointed to you at no cost to you. You'd be able to cross-examine APNP's witnesses, as well as to call your own witnesses and or produce any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Sanders?
I do.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole date. Ms. Conyers, additional information?
Yes, in talking to Mr. Sanders about what happened here, what he tells me is that he had left the Fortitude and on his way, well, so he had permission to leave. He was on his way to the library and fortunately ran into some people it sounds like he used to know. And he smoked with them, and maybe there was something in what he was smoking, and he blacked out and was robbed. So kind of had a very scary experience, and took him a couple of days to turn himself in, but he wanted to correct the problem and accept responsibility for these allegations. What he is asking for is we're asking for 90 days and another opportunity at parole. He would like to return to a sober living and specifically request stabilization. If he can't get the stabilization, or afterwards, he can move to his girlfriend's house. She's a really good support for him. And we talked about kind of being that this is his 5th parole, how he could be successful is he says that the key would be stabilization is the hardest part for him, which is why he's specifically requesting that. He has been clean from his drug of choice, heroin, for almost 3 years. So that's a really big deal. He does have employment opportunities. He does the staffing that places people at the Salt Palace and does work there. He's a really hard worker. He always asks for overtime, and when he's working, he stays busy, and so that's really helpful for him. He does plan to also do treatment, IOP treatment at CLD3, and his main priority in talking to him about what will keep him motivated to finish this parole is his children. So sounds like he has some really good plans for parole, and that's what he's asking for is another opportunity at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Agent Grange, any recommendation from APNP?
Yes. In addition to that, we would like him to be on a GPS for the first 90 days due to his history of absconding. He has spent a few paroles absconding, so we think a GPS would be good.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Sanders, now's your opportunity to speak. So your attorney has kind of explained why you left. You left with permission, ran into the wrong crowd. Tell me a little bit about that. Like, you were, excuse me, I apologize. You weren't out for very long when you absconded. So it seems like you relapsed pretty quickly. Tell me a little bit about that experience.
So basically, my attorney basically explained everything pretty good. I was going to the library and I had no intentions of leaving or absconding, and I ran into some wrong people and I took a hit of a spice joint and I shouldn't have, and I actually blacked out. And when I came to, my phone, my bus pass, my wallet with my money, everything was gone. I had nothing. And so when I came to, and then when I came to, it was starting to get dark and I was unaccountable at that time. So my mind's racing at that point, like, oh, great. And I was just really stressed out. And so for the next 4 days, I kind of just contemplated stuff, and I went to see my my kid's mom and my son, and she told me, she's like, you need to call them and you need to go back. And so what I did was, I realized I screwed up. I take accountability for that. I called him back and I was like, I'm coming back. I screwed up. And so I went back and I let him know what happened and went back to prison. And I shouldn't have done what I did, but I feel like I've come a long way from the past. If I have a problem or a screw up and I do something wrong, I try to realize what I did and correct it and not digging myself a deeper hole.
Okay.
So, I did heroin for 15 years, and my last time using heroin was Christmas Eve of 2021. And so I realized that I screwed up there, and I think one of my biggest falls is not being stable. Like, stabilization is a huge thing for me. So I really feel like going to the halfway house and doing the stabilization thing would be really good, because that way I can work on saving up money to get myself an apartment in the future and have somewhere to go, so I don't have to worry about not having anywhere to go or not being stable. And I don't want to not be in my son's life anymore. He's 3 years old, and like, I was only out for 12 days, but in those 12 days we got so close so quick again, and it was awesome, and then I came back after 12 days, and I don't want him to not have a father. And so that's why, I'm trying to correct my wrongs when I screw up, because I'm not perfect, and just fix it. And, just understand that when I do screw up, it's not the end of the world. And just to realize what I did wrong and correct the problem before it gets worse. And that's pretty much it.
Your attorney mentioned your plans for treatment, but I heard sober living, stabilization, and IOP. So what would be the plan? Stabilize?
Okay.
Save up money, get your own place. Are we looking at sober living?
So I think like a combination of working, having a job, taking classes, like, intensive outpatient or whatever, and, just having everything like for the day, being busy all day, like working, having classes, and just having my whole day set. So by the time the end of the day comes, I'm tired and I'm ready to go to bed, and then I can get the rest I need and get up and do it all over again and be a good father. And, I think a combination of those is what really helps me, because that's helped me in the past. Working is a huge thing because I need to save up money for the future and get my own place and stuff. And
okay,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So I have 3 questions for you. 2 are pretty easy, and then 1 may be a little bit more involved. First, any mental health issues? Are you being treated for any mental health diagnoses? Have you been treated in the past?
I'm still on the same meds that I was on in the past.
What are you being treated for?
I'm being treated for depression. I'm being treated for PTSD. And I'm also being treated for opioid use disorder now too. I'm getting Suboxone, which I always get when I get out. It's actually saved my life, but haven't done heroin in almost 3 years now.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. You said it a couple of times, and I haven't mean to gloss over that, because that is a huge improvement and a good, what a milestone, come up on 3 years here. So it's 3 years, it'll be 3 years this Christmas Eve, is that right?
Yeah, this Christmas Eve, I haven't touched a needle or heroin for almost 3 years.
That's phenomenal. I don't want to downplay the importance of how significant that is. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
So you're being treated for those. Do you feel so? You are taking an antidepressant when you're out, and you're stable with those medications.
Yeah, the medications I'm on is treating everything that I got going on pretty well.
Okay, very good. And then are there any physical health issues the board needs to be aware of? Anything that would keep you from being successful on parole?
Nope.
Okay. The last question is something that may or may not, I don't see any write-ups, but I received a note that there was an investigation of some action you were involved in. LEB is looking into you. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of an incident that you were involved in that caught the eye of the Law Enforcement Bureau?
Yeah, so in RNO, I guess.
So hold on. Before you speak, let me just say there are no. I don't want to. You have the right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. I don't want you to incriminate yourself, as there are still potentially charges that would come from this. So that said, and if your attorney wants to stop you, I'll let her jump in. But I'm just letting you know that this is being recorded and this could be used against you. So if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. If you do, then, you know, with your attorney present, I'll leave it up to you as to whether you want to discuss what happened.
Okay, so I just got a question, like, what happened I had nothing to do with, but is this gonna stop me from getting a date? Because what happened was I had nothing to do with it, and I'll explain to you what happened if you want me to.
Well, unfortunately, even you explaining to me what happened isn't going to resolve the issue. It needs to be resolved with the Law Enforcement Bureau before, and we need to get something from the LEB to let us know that that you have been cleared of any wrongdoing. It's not. It will likely delay you getting a date. But so I think the board's going to probably wait until we get something back definitive from LEB, but I'm not certain. So I can't say for certain, but it seems logistically seems like it would be most likely that you would have to wait for the charges to be resolved before the board will give you a date.
How long are they gonna delay it?
I have no idea. I can't even speculate as to how long that might be.
So what happened was, I guess my cellie was doing something in RNO that I had nothing to do with, and my areas were all clean when we got strip searched and everything. I had no idea that he was doing whatever he was doing, but I talked to one of the cops when they pulled me in for investigation, and he said basically that my cellie took accountability for it and said that I had nothing to do with it, and basically like I'm okay, I'm gonna be all right. So, but yeah, I had no idea what he was doing, but I wasn't doing anything wrong, so.
Okay, I thank you for that information. I will pass that along. The board will take that into consideration, but it may take something from LEB before the board's willing to give you a date. Okay.
All right.
I understand the frustration. I do, but we will. I'll at least be able to provide them this information that it was your cellmate who was involved, and the cellmate has taken responsibility for the actions. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Anything else you want the board to be aware of? Anything else you want to say on your behalf?
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
All right. So that issue gets resolved soon, because that's just stressful that like I was just minding my own business in my own cell, and I'm getting pulled into something that I had nothing to do with, and I had no idea it was going on. You know, sucks pretty bad, because you know, I don't know, because you're living with somebody and it's frustrating because you don't know what's going on. And like, I don't want to have to be involved in someone else's business that basically like, you know, I don't know. It's kind of frustrating.
I hear you. I do. I understand your frustration. Don't think that, I mean, even the board understands your frustration. Our hands are tied to a certain extent, because what you're telling us, I believe you, but it may be wrong. And if the board gives you a date, we may then have to rescind it if charges are filed. So we will see. I will submit everything to the board. They'll take time to deliberate. They'll make their decision as to what to do next. And then you'll get a letter from them, and they'll also post it online. So once they've made a decision, they do post it online, so you can talk to family and friends and be made aware that way, or just wait for that letter to get to you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you. You guys have a good day.
Thank you, too. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Ray Hall. Mr. Hall, your offender number is 231-859. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Anderson from AP&P. Mr. Hall, Agent Anderson, I need to swear both of you in. If I could have you each, please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Great, thank you. Mr. Hall, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And did you get a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. I will note for the record, Mr. Hall does have a Class B misdemeanor pending in case ending in 6299. Looks like the court just has that as a paper review standing order, so I don't think they're going to proceed with that unless and until Mr. Hall is released. Ms. Conyers, are you aware of that case at all?
No, I wasn't. It wasn't alleged, so I didn't know to look for it.
And I apologize. Usually I send you a note, let you know that that's happening, and maybe we can expedite things. But as it is, where it's not part of the alleged allegations or the alleged violations, and the fact that it's only a Class B, I think we're okay. And it's so Mr. Hall, it's a drug paraphernalia possession charge is what you're facing. And I can't remember which court it's in. But I believe we're ready to proceed with this hearing. Any issues with that, Ms. Connors?
No, I think we should proceed.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead. So there are 2 allegations against Mr. Hall. How are we proceeding with those 2 allegations?
He'll admit to both of those.
All right. Mr. Hall, before I accept your admissions to these 2 allegations, so I just want to be clear. You understand that? So there is that one outstanding charge for Class B misdemeanor possession of a controlled substance or possession of drug paraphernalia. I don't know if you're aware of that charge, Mr. Hall. But what we're going to do is we're going to move forward with the parole violation allegations today. And then if and when you're released on parole, you'll need to go resolve that court case with the trial court, the criminal court that's involved in, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, as to these 2 allegations, you're admitting to these, and in so doing, you're waiving certain rights. So I need to make sure that you understand the rights that you are waiving by admitting to these allegations. So you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where AP&P would have to put on evidence to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. At that hearing, you'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. You'd be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses as well as call any of your own and or produce any exhibits you found necessary for your defense. Mr. Hall, do you understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions, you are waiving your right to the evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. I'll accept those admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. We'll revoke your prior parole dates. So, Mr. Hall, the rest of the hearing looks like this. I'll talk to your attorney for a little bit. I'll talk to Agent Anderson, and then you and I will have a conversation toward the end of the hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation, additional information?
No additional information, really, just a very, very stern and clear recommendation. I promised Mr. Hall I would advocate my very best. So this is how I can advocate my very best. He wants a termination. Absolutely will not do a parole. Absolutely not. Don't even send him the paperwork. He's asking for a termination. Mr. Hall, I hope that satisfied you. I don't know how to make that any clearer than that. Termination. That's what he wants. He wants to leave the state of Utah as soon as possible. He may return to California, where it sounds like he has some family members, or he does have some job opportunities in Florida. Either way, he won't be on Utah AP&P because he will be terminated and not within the jurisdiction, and will leave the state of Utah. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Agent Anderson, any recommendation?
No, I support that recommendation because going through his parole history, it appears as if he has not been successful in the state of Utah. So I support the decision that has previously been made.
Okay. Very good, thank you. All right, Mr. Hall, I just want to make sure you understand. You have a term. Your sentence expires in June of 2027. So I'm not saying that this will happen, but it's possible that the board says, well, if he doesn't want to do parole, we're going to keep him here until June of 2027. Do you understand that that is a possible outcome?
Yes.
Okay. And you're knowing that, you still are saying, I refuse to do another parole.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. So now's your opportunity to speak. Do you have something you want to say, or I have some questions for you, but how would you like to proceed with something?
I just want to start my life over. That's all. Like, I got nothing but bad memories out here, and I just want to move forward, try to be successful in another state. I have a good support team out there, and I have work in both of the states. California, that's where I'm from. I can go back there, or I can go to Florida and work with my buddy and stay out there. So I was thinking about just going to Florida and start over, and just go out there and try to live my life and try to stay out of trouble.
Okay.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think he sent you guys an email saying that I had a job working with him and we was going to leave state and everything.
Let me check real quick. I don't see an email from him. Or maybe, no, that would have been. Yeah, I don't see an email, but it's possible it just hasn't been uploaded to your file yet, depending on when it came in. So, I'll make sure that the board's aware that this friend in Florida has communicated that there is a job waiting for you there. Mr. Hall, while you were on parole, first of all, why did you abscond?
Because I have no ID. I'm not from this state. Like, it's been hard for me to get my ID, and they just want me to sit in a halfway house with no ID. How can I work? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just sitting in the halfway house doing nothing. So I figured, and I just can't do parole. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I can't do parole. Like, sorry.
That's understandable. When you were on parole this last time, did you use drugs at all?
No.
All right. Okay. So when was the last time you used drugs?
The last time I used drugs was probably it was alcohol. Is when I caught my case in 2017. This case is from 2017. Like I finished 1-0 to 5 already, and I'm already almost like 60% into my consecutive case.
Right.
I haven't drank since 2017. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, consider that drugs.
Well, I mean, so you don't have a history of drug use, is that right?
No, I smoked marijuana when I was in teen and stuff, but no.
All right. And you are aware that, so I mean, you are facing drug paraphernalia charges, knowing that that's a standing charge, and I don't want you to incriminate yourself. But that does paint a different picture that maybe there was some drug involvement at some point in time.
No, it was when I'm out there, like I see broken needles or broken pipes on the ground outside when I'm walking around, and I pick them up. And it was a broken pipe, I believe it was a broken pipe, a clear glass pipe, and I just pick it up. Like I gets it off the streets, you know what I mean? Like, and I forgot to put it in the trash, and I got arrested that day.
Okay. Excuse me. When you absconded, where did you go?
I was homeless because I have no family out here.
So you're just living on the street?
Yes.
All right. And then, do you have a way of getting to California or Florida?
Yes.
And how would you get to either of those states?
A Greyhound. But my buddy, if I could get released in time, when he go to Florida, then I just go with him. Drive. He drive. But
Gotcha.
to go
So
to
your
California.
friend- Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Your friend that has a job lined up for you in Florida, he's here now and would drive with you out to Florida.
Yes.
Okay.
It's affordable painting, affordable quality painting. That's the name of the company.
Okay. Okay. Any mental health issues? Ever been diagnosed with anything? Any struggles that you're having?
No, not right now. I had in the past like depression problems, but I'm on my meds, so I'm doing pretty good.
And do you have access to those on the outside? Would you be able to continue to take your medications if
Yes,
released?
sir.
What about any physical health issues? Anything that would prevent you from being successful out there?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you. You've answered all of my questions. Is there anything else you want the board to be aware of?
I just asked that maybe you guys can just take it in consideration. Like I did most of my time already. I just wanted to leave the state and just start over.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you. So I'll submit this to the board. They'll make their decision, send you a letter in the mail, post it online. So you can find out, talking to people on the outside who can look it up on the internet, or just wait for that letter to get to you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
You too.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir. Agent Anderson, do you know for the next person, Charles Nelson,
Excuse me. Mr. Nelson, your offender number is 236234, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, my name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Anderson from AP&P. Agent Anderson's already been sworn in and remains under oath for this hearing. Mr. Nelson, I need to put you under oath, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yeah, I do.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Nelson, did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yeah, I have.
And then did you get your disclosure packet?
Yeah, I did.
And then did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So looking at the two allegations, I know we had a discussion off the record between Agent Anderson and Ms. Conyers. So let's go ahead and handle those. Then I've got a question about the timing of this. But Ms. Conyers, there are two allegations against Mr. Nelson. How are we handling those today?
Thank you. We'll enter a denial and make a stipulated motion to strike number 1. He'll enter a no contest on number 2.
And then just for the record, Agent Anderson, you would stipulate to the dismissal of allegation 1?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Excuse me. Mr. Nelson, before I accept your no contest plea, you need to make sure you understand the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
All right, and then you do have the right to require AP&P to prove this allegation at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing would look like a trial where AP&P has to put on evidence to demonstrate that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the way that they've alleged. You'd be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to cross-examine AP&P's witnesses as well as call your own witnesses and or produce exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir.
And do you understand that by entering this no contest plea, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I'll accept the no contest plea as knowingly voluntarily entered. I'll note the denial to allegation 1 and based off the stipulated motion, recommend that it be dismissed. With all of that, we will revoke your prior parole date. Before we jump in, Ms. Conyers, I wanted to ask Mr. Anderson, help me with the timeline here. Because this stems from an April incident, and here we are. It looks like he wasn't arrested until September, but there's no allegation of absconding or anything. From what I can understand, Mr. Nelson was on parole throughout that time. So 5 months before we revoked his parole based off of something that happened in April. Can you help me understand what's happening?
I will do the best I can. So it looks like from the timeline that I can see here, he arrived at Fortitude Treatment Center around April 9th and remained here until April 30th, which was the date of the incident, was around the 29th or the 30th. He went to Salt Lake County Jail for 3 days. And then he returned to Fortitude Treatment Center on May 3rd. And then he went fugitive that same day. And then was arrested in on September 19th of this year, where he went to Salt Lake County Jail and then later on was transferred over to the Utah State Correctional Facility. So that's the timeline that I see here.
Okay. So I'm just a little, because I didn't see any allegation of absconding, I was left wondering if that is what had happened or not. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's all that I see and know of. Okay. I'm taking over this situation and am taking over for his prior agent here at the halfway house at the end of September. So this is everything that I know of and can see.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Nelson, I'll talk to your attorney for a little bit. I'll get some more information from Agent Anderson, and then you and I have a conversation, okay?
Okay.
That's not the rest of this hearing will go. So, Ms. Conyers, any recommendation or additional information?
Yeah, see, he is, so we'd ask for a release just as soon as possible. He is working on the interstate compact. He and his mom and him are working really closely together to try and find him a program. And it seems like they found one in Colorado, a residential treatment program. Of course, I'll have to do that through the interstate compact if he does do that. And one of the his goals is to just kind of get a fresh start by moving states. He thinks he can get that fresh start that he needs, and he's grateful to his mom for helping with that process. So that's what we're asking for, is release as soon as possible, and then he'll leave the state as soon as that is granted.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Agent Anderson, any recommendation?
I support that recommendation, but I would like to request to add on to that he would release to prison for that compact, just because if we're in the business and helping these individuals be successful for the rest of their lives, just see it going through his history here. There's multiple fugitives and unsuccessful attempts at his parole. So I would support that contingent upon that he would release to that compact directly from Utah State Correctional Facility.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Nelson, now's your opportunity to speak. You heard the timeline that Agent Anderson gave. Is that accurate as far as your absconding? You absconded around the 3rd of May and were a fugitive for a couple months?
I've been put in the county jail for 3 days for like the rim or whatever from the halfway house, but I didn't come back to the halfway house. They released me from the jail like in the middle of the night. And so I didn't know, like, obviously I knew I had to check in with AP&P, you know what I mean? But they didn't come get me or nothing like that. And so I had my family call the halfway house. And as far as the halfway house was concerned, I was already getting sent to prison. So I'm not sure, like, if they like just slipped up or if they thought they were supposed to come get me from jail or whatever. But that's when I absconded, is when I was just released from jail. So it's not that I went back to the halfway house and then became a fugitive. I just became a fugitive after I was released from jail, and not really knowing like whether or not, you know what I mean? Like, as far as they were concerned, I was going to prison. So, you know, I mean, I should have obviously like turned myself in or whatever, but that's when I absconded, just to clarify. And then as far as the interstate compact, I spoke with my mom this morning, and we're working on some insurance right now. I think it's like the nationwide insurance called Marketplace or something like that. And she's working on getting me all arranged with that, so we could get these. It's a inpatient. It's a year-long inpatient that she found in Colorado. And so I'm trying to start the compact process, interstate compact process, like as quick as possible, just because, you know, that's my main goal. My main thing is I don't do well at the halfway house whatsoever, you know, and the history in the past has shown that. And so the last time I was paroled, it said I had to go to a halfway house, CCC, and you know, I'm not trying to sound any type of way or anything, but if that's part of my parole agreement this time, I don't think I won't agree to it, just because I know what's in store for me at a halfway house, you know what I mean? And especially where I have this plan to, you know what I'm saying, what's going to happen is I'm going to go to a longer inpatient somewhere that's completely different from Utah, or, you know what I'm saying, just far away from here. And so that's just what I would like to see happen. I don't have anything, you know, there's nothing positive when it comes to a halfway house for me. And so I would just ask that we could, you know, I like the whole idea of being released from prison, you know, with the interstate compact, so I could just go ahead and get on and do what I need to do, you know what I'm saying, elsewhere, because it's not working out for me here.
Okay. So let's go back a little bit and talk about, I mean, as you said, obviously, if you're released from jail after a 3-day rim and you're not certain whether you're going to go to prison or not, you certainly made it, I mean, you defined that you would go back to prison by absconding. So it certainly would have been a smarter choice to contact AP&P and figure out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not denying that.
So what happened after you, where did you go when you absconded? What were you doing? Was there drug use involved? Tell me about what happened over those, 4 months that you were on.
So yeah, over the 4 months, I really, the first month I had this job. I was working with a friend of mine, and it kind of fell apart because I was having a hard time finding like a solid place to stay. You know what I'm saying? So, and then it just ended up I'm just going from motel to motel. Drug use picked up. I started doing drugs, and then from there, obviously I kept checking. I didn't have a warrant, and that's what apparently my mom called, and she got it cleared up. I guess there was like a typo in the clerk's office or whatever when they were writing my warrant up. So for like 4 months, I didn't have a warrant, and so. But I knew I've been on parole for a long time, so I know that I hadn't checked in for months, so I'm aware that I'm absconding. But the fact that I didn't have a warrant that was on the website, I just didn't know. And so really, I'm not gonna lie to you, I just kept running around and just drug use. I had no responsibilities, and I was just same old stuff that brought me here in the first place. So. Yeah, it wasn't anything positive really. Those 4 or 5 months, it wasn't anything good. It was just the same old stuff,
Okay. What did your drug use look like? What were you using? How often were you using, and how were you using?
I was just smoking. I was smoking crack. I was smoking some crack. I was smoking some fentanyl. So that was a daily thing.
And how far? So was that during that first month when you were working or did that slowly evolve into that?
It it just slowly evolved because as things got worse, you know what I'm saying? Like a lack of an address, lack of any type of support, and I know that I'm not doing anything good. So after the first month and things kind of dried up, and then I just turned to just, selling drugs and doing drugs. And that's just kind of how it morphed into it because I didn't have any like positive foundation to stand on.
Okay, thank you for that. How long, what type of a time frame are we looking at as far as the interstate compact and getting this insurance that you need in order to get into this program in Colorado?
I would say probably 2 months at tops. Like that's being generous. I would say 2 months at the max would be what it takes to get everything ready for me to have like the address of the actual facility, the insurance, and what I'm saying, like logistics of me getting there, all that. I would say 2 months tops would be what it would be. Just because my mom is working she's like super into it, so she's gonna make sure it happens, and I'm doing everything I can from in here. So, it wouldn't be that long. I would say 60 days at the most.
Okay. Are you being treated for any mental health issues, and have you ever been in the past?
No.
All right. So no diagnoses in the past, nothing like that, right?
No. When I was 16, like when I was young, there was like PTSD and stuff. I've been treated for it. I'm not being treated for it currently, and I don't feel that I need to be really.
Okay. And then any physical health issues that would prevent you from being successful on parole?
No.
Is there anything we haven't talked about today that you wanted to discuss? Anything else you want to bring up?
No, that's it really. I just yeah, I guess I know I still owe like 8 years to the parole board, and so it's not that I wouldn't ask for termination right now because I know that I guess I would just like an idea of what that would look like. You know what I mean? I'd much rather take however long it's going to be and get out on parole, but with respect to that, it's my sixth or seventh parole attempt. You know what I'm saying? So, at what point, do we try something else? I'm not saying that I need a termination or I want a termination, but if it was in the ballpark of like a year and a half, I'd be able to choke that down. You know what I mean? And so, I guess I would just want to know what that would look like if that was something you guys would even consider.
And unfortunately, I'm not in a position to really even give you a ballpark figure. I don't, because I'm not a board member, and there's 5 board members, 3 of them have to agree to something. I really can't speculate. I would say, given the fact that you're facing you have 2 secondary felonies, you actually have about 11 years, 10 and a half years because of absconding and toll time and what have you. Your sentence doesn't expire until April 20th of 2035.
Oh, yeah.
So that's still 10 plus years. I don't know that the board, I mean, I get that it's been 5 parole attempts. The next one will be your 6th one. Your best bet, honestly, is to get out on parole and to be successful so that you can terminate parole successfully.
Yeah.
That's your best bet for getting out from under this paper, or getting off paper. So that's the best way that I can say that you know, where you can guarantee yourself no longer being under the board's jurisdiction, is to get out and be successful on parole.
All righty.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I will take my report to the board. They will deliberate. As I mentioned, there are 5 members. Once 3 of them agree, that becomes their final decision. Once they reach that decision, they post it online, and then they'll send you a letter in the mail. So you can learn, either talking to family and friends on the outside who can look it up on the board's website, or just wait for that letter to get to you. Okay.
All righty.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Luis, or is it Luis? Luis Flores?
Yes.
Is that right? Mr. Torres, is your offender number 150527?
Yes.
All right. Excuse me. My name is Mike Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I will be conducting a hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Roberts from AP&P. Agent Roberts, Mr. Torres, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Torres, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet?
Yes.
And I don't know, can you scoot that chair a little bit closer? I'm having a hard time hearing you. Maybe if we could turn up that microphone a little bit. And then, Mr. Torres, did you get a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes.
All right, very good. I will note for the record that there were 3 pending cases against Mr. Torres. Case ending in 5714, case ending in 6553, and case ending in 2282. Only the last one was related to the allegations. Looks like all of the cases have been resolved with credit for time served. And looks like 2 Class A's were pled guilty to. Everything else was dismissed. The one Class A was the related to allegation 4. I did also just receive an amended report from Agent Roberts indicating that allegation, was it, so you did give me an update on allegation 4, but allegation 3 was never filed and needs to be stricken. Is that right, Agent Roberts?
Yeah, and I apologize about the late entry of that report. I just got his case transferred to me and I was going through it and realized that it was outdated. So yes, that is correct. It was never filed.
Okay, perfect. No, I appreciate the information. Even the day of, it's nice to have some updates. So I appreciate that. So with that, Ms. Conyers, we have 5 allegations against Mr. Torres. How do you want to handle those today?
So he'll admit to 1, 2, and 4, and then it sounds like we have stipulated motion, or enter denial and a stipulated motion to strike number 3, as it wasn't filed.
And then allegation 5.
And then, so I heard you say that it was maybe amended, but I didn't hear what allegation 5 was. It sounds like it may be that second charge he admitted to. I don't have the amended report, or I have an amended report, but it's dated September 10th, so I don't have an allegation 5.
Huh, because okay. Allegation 5, let's see, did I have allegation 5? Sorry, let me just, I did not have allegation 5.
Yep, I just
Okay.
added that one. That's the burglary of a vehicle class A, the other class A that he pled to.
Then we'll admit to that and you can take judicial notice. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Torres, before we move forward, I need to make sure you understand that you do have certain rights that you are waiving by entering admissions today. Those rights involve an evidentiary hearing. So you do have the right to require AP&P to prove these allegations at an evidentiary hearing. That hearing looks like a trial where AP&P has to put on evidence to prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole in the ways that they've alleged. You would be given an attorney at no cost to you. Through that attorney, you'd be able to defend yourself by cross-examining AP&P's witnesses, as well as calling your own and or producing any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. You would also have the right to remain silent, but the board could draw negative inference from that silence. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Torres?
Yes.
And do you understand that by entering these admissions today, you are waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing?
Yes, can you repeat what I'm admitting to though? 'Cause I kind of got lost at the last bit right there on the last thing.
Understandable. So allegation number 1 is that you absconded or fled from parole supervision on or about March 18th, 2024. Allegation 2 is that you failed to take all of your prescribed mental health medications and to comply with any other treatment regimen about that same date. Allegation 3 is the one that was not charged and was dismissed, and that was the receive or transfer a stolen vehicle. Allegation 4 was that you were convicted of providing a peace officer false information. That's what you pled guilty to in, let's see, our case number ending in 2282. And then allegation 5 is the burglary of a vehicle, which you pled guilty to in case ending 5714. So those are the 4 allegations that you are pleading, that you are admitting to in today's hearing.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. So by doing that, we will not hold an evidentiary hearing. We'll just move to a disposition hearing and get to the a decision, get enough information to the board where they could make a decision as to whether to grant parole or not. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, very good. So with that, I'll accept the admissions as knowingly voluntarily entered. Take judicial notice of the new convictions. With that, we'll officially revoke your prior parole date. So, Mr. Torres, I'll have a conversation with your attorney, then with Agent Roberts, and then I'll come to you at the end, and you and I will have a conversation, okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Conyers, with that, any recommendation?
Yes, we do have a recommendation, and he is asking for, in this case, we're asking for release by March. So whichever gets him there quicker, which would either a termination or a parole, but he has an appointment with UDOT in March, and he's adamant that he needs to make it for that. He's starting his own business. It's a towing company, and he needs to meet with UDOT by that March appointment, or he'll lose that opportunity. This is a business. It's in his entire life, and he started this business using money that he inherited following his mother's death, and that is just kind of his entire life. So whatever will get him out for that appointment. His plan is to, in addition to business, is to complete treatment, and he plans to live with his brother in West Valley City.
Okay. Sorry. Agent Roberts, any recommendation?
Yeah, we would, he said, if I counted these correctly, he said 7 opportunities at parole, and he has a termination in January, and his case expirates in July of next year. So we would just request either a termination or he expirate his sentence in prison. Either one works for us, but we feel like he's had plenty of opportunities at parole, and where his expiration date is 9 months away, 8 months away. we don't feel another parole is appropriate. So just a termination, whether that's March, we don't care, either a termination or an expiration.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Torres, now's your opportunity to speak. Looks like you're on parole for a long time, but there were three different crimes that were, well, two different crimes that were committed. So tell me what was going on parole.
So the first about 18 months I did well. I had a child and my wife had I had like I don't know, it's postpartum something disorder, something like where I didn't know how to deal with this, so I didn't know what she was going through. So it caused some friction between us, which caused me to relapse. Because it's something new that I've never dealt with. So kind of the problems at home escalated into me not knowing how to deal with what she was going through, which caused stress on me, caused me to relapse because I've never dealt with nothing like that before.
Excuse me. So tell me about the relapse. So let me just throw it out there, Mr. Torres. I understand my wife has dealt with postpartum depression. I understand your pain, the frustration. It could be a difficult thing. She doesn't know what's going on. Her brain's messed up. Her chemicals are all messed up. It does cause a lot of stress. There's no doubt about that. But then you turn back to drugs. So tell me about that decision. What made you go down there?
Like I was stressed out. I didn't know what to do. So I used, and then I checked in with the APMP, and honestly, I kind of thought I was going to go back to prison for it. So kind of spooked me because I started this business when I first got out of prison. My mom died when I was in prison. So it kind of like spooked me. I don't want to come back to prison and not be around my child. So that's the truth. That's basically what started it.
So you absconded.
Yes.
Excuse me. While you were a fugitive, did you continue to use drugs?
No, off and on, yes. And I kind of excluded myself from everybody and went about it the wrong way.
So, and I'm sorry that your mother passed away, especially while you were in prison. That's a hard thing to not be able to attend to. Tell me about this business. So you started it previously.
Yes, I started it when I got out of prison in 2022, and right now I'm at a standstill. I'm on a probationary period with UDOT to get my truck's UDOT numbers.
Okay.
Right now I contracted out through another company until this probationary period ended. It ends in the beginning of March.
Okay. All right. So I will just note that, so tell me, you said you were using off and on. What did that look like? When you say off and on, was it you use heavily for a day and then go clean for a few weeks? Or was it like...
Basically that.
And what were you using?
Meth.
So what was the longest you went after that initial 18 months, after your relapse? What was the longest you went without using?
Probably like a couple months. After the first visit with APMP and I tested early, I didn't use after that for about a month or two. Then I got real depressed because at the time I couldn't see my son. So it would like come in waves.
Okay. So you mentioned or your attorney mentioned the desire to finish treatment. So if you're granted a termination, then there would be no requirement that you do treatment. But obviously, based off of what you're telling me, there's
in order to live with my brother, he wants me to go to getting some kind of treatment. So, and that's the only option I have right now.
Okay. Do you have something lined up for treatment?
I was gonna go back to where APMP directed me to go. It's because I already know it, and I know I'm accepted there, so I can go back to there.
Do you remember what the place is called?
I don't have none of the papers with me. I have it in my cell.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Understandable. And how is your mental health?
My mental health is pretty good. I visit with mental health here, and like I really don't. They like the evaluation on here. They didn't see really nothing that I needed to continue the mental health evaluation with. The lady just told me that when I get out, she recommends I do some kind of substance abuse.
Okay. Are you on any medications currently for any mental health issues?
No.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are there any physical health issues the board needs to be aware of?
No.
Tell me, why are you in the orange jumpsuit?
Because I quit gang banging, so I got an SL4, so they keep us in max. So I dropped out of the gang.
How long ago was that?
2019.
Okay, thank you. All right. You've answered all of my questions. Is there, oh, actually, I take that back. Tell me about this latest arrest. What was going on when you were arrested?
So I gave him a fake name because like I said, I didn't want to come back to prison. So I was at a car wash and I was with a friend, and the cops pulled up and they asked me my name, and my friend that owned the truck, he took off. He walked around the back of the car wash and left because he had some warrants. So he walked around the car wash and took off, and I stayed there, and I just gave a fake name.
Okay. And was there a stolen motorcycle involved?
I don't know. So there was a motorcycle at the car wash at the time, and the cop that came he said, well, since I'm the only one standing there, that he was gonna file charges on me for the motorcycle. But I had came in the vehicle. I didn't come on a motorcycle, and he knew that I came in the vehicle, but he didn't know whose motorcycle it was. So, and I didn't know whose motorcycle it was neither. It was so when we pulled into the car wash, the motorcycle was off to the side right here, and we pulled into the bay of the car wash, and that's when the cops came up.
Okay. And then just to make sure it's clear for the record that that was the charge that was not filed against you. You were not charged with possession.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Those are all of my questions. Is there anything else you want the board to be aware of? Anything else you want to say on your behalf?
Just please consider letting me out by that. I worked so hard to get up to this point, to start my own business. I showed proof to APMP that I was working my own business, and like that's all I have besides my family.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will take my report to the board. They make the final decision, so I'll give it to them. They'll deliberate, make their decision. Once they've done that, they post it online, and then they send you a letter in the mail. So you can learn either by talking to somebody on the outside who can look it up on the board's website, or just wait for that letter to arrive. Okay?
All right.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Torres.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Alexis Hurley. Ms. Hurley, your offender number is 189803, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing this morning. There on the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Tevins from AP&P. Ms. Hurley, I do need to put you under oath. If I could have you please raise your right hand.
I don't, what kind of hearing is this?
Just, if I could just put you under oath, I got a couple questions I need to ask you after you've been sworn in, and then we will resolve that. So if I could have you please raise your right hand.
This is all just bullshit.
Be that as it may, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yeah, do you?
Certainly. Thank you for asking. Ms. Hurley, did you receive, you can put your hand down. Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
I did not.
You did not.
I did not.
When did you receive notice about this hearing?
I received a tentative, a piece of paper, for a tentative hearing.
Okay.
That was, said it was in October, and that's all it said.
Okay. All right. Did you get your disclosure packet, your blue packet?
Yeah, they gave something.
Okay. Did you have a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like she's representing me, my interests as her client.
Okay.
Because
Well,
I did not receive it. And as far as I know, they haven't filed on those charges. So it's been way too long. I feel like my right to a speedy trial has not been upheld. And
okay, so let me jump in and just explain. So there are two things happening here. One is there are allegations that you violated your parole, and that's what this hearing is to discuss, is about whether you violated your parole or not. But parallel to that is the criminal case that's against you. And those charges have been filed, and you have a scheduling conference on December 5th where you'll address that. But you'll have a different set of attorneys for that, or a different attorney for that hearing than you do from Ms. Conyers, who's here representing you just with regard to your parole violation. Regardless, because there is that criminal charge out there pending, there's nothing we can do today to address your parole violations. But you understand that there's this dual track that we're handling. Does that make sense to you?
I was supposed to get a preliminary hearing
Okay.
to establish probable cause, but I've just sat here for over 2 months, and so I feel like that, as far as what I've been reading, that's against my constitutional rights.
Okay, and that's a fair argument to make. It's not one that's appropriate in today's hearing, but so you have a scheduling conference scheduled for December 5th in front of the trial court. And that's the
I know they
perfect,
haven't filed those charges because
Well,
I
no.
called the Midvale court. Aren't they supposed to file charges in the court that they where the charges took place?
and all of those are great questions for the court, but I can tell you, I can give you a case number that has been filed against you.
So is there any way for me to get out and get an attorney?
You should have an attorney appointed to you, but no, the board will not let you out until this matter gets resolved, this criminal case gets resolved. So
It's just wrong. All my rights. This is just a lie.
and I appreciate that you're super frustrated, and I can only imagine how frustrating it would be.
It's not frustrating. It's against the law. This is obstruction of justice. You know what's going on. So you're straight up lying.
Okay, Ms. Hurley, I'm just here to discuss whether you violated your parole or not. The criminal case is something that's happening
Then why are we
separate.
discussing that if no. We're not
Okay.
here. We're supposed to have a preliminary hearing. I was supposed to get notice of it 14 days. All that should make it so that you throw out the case.
If I had the power to, then that would be a question that would be appropriate in front of me. I do not have that power because I am not a criminal court judge. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole.
Okay, well then there's nothing else to say.
Okay, so Ms. Conyers, we have 3 allegations against Ms. Hurley. How are we handling those today?
We'll enter denials at this time, and if we can continue for 60 days while that case proceeds.
Okay, so Ms. Hurley, you were.
Why so long?
So, Ms. Hurley,
There's not probable
okay,
cause for
if you'll
this.
stop talking for a second, I've explained this to you. Today we're talking about parole violation allegations. They coincide with your criminal allegations. Those criminal allegations are pending in a criminal court that's separate from today's proceeding. You will go in front of a judge on
They're
December.
not pending though. I called them and they said they're
I'm
not
telling you,
filing.
you are wrong, Ms. Hurley, you are wrong. In case 241.
I can't. This is just bullshit. This is just bullshit.
Okay.
All my rights are not being upheld.
Okay, with that, I will note the denials, find probable cause to continue the hearing, and we'll set this out for a paper review. If you get your case resolved, please let us know, Ms. Hurley, and we'll get you back in front of us as soon as possible. Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead. All right, you said we were on record, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Joshua Conrad. Mr. Conrad, your offender number is 172343, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
My name is Micah Bruner. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting a hearing this morning. On the monitor, you'll see your attorney, Ms. Conyers, as well as Agent Adams from AP&P. Mr. Conrad, Agent Adams, I need to swear both of you in. If you could each please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Mr. Conrad, did you receive at least 7 days notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and did you receive your disclosure packet?
No, yes, sir, I did.
And then did you get a chance to meet with Ms. Conyers in preparation for today's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. All right, we'll take care of some legal stuff first, and then I'll have some. Then I'll come back to you in just a sec. So first, let me go to your attorney, Ms. Conyers. Looks like we have 9 allegations against Mr. Conrad. How are we handling those allegations?
Yes, thank you. So I'll just go in order. Number 1 and 2, he'll admit. Number 3 seemed a little duplicative. Well, not a little. I guess it's other than the date, it's a match to number 2. So we are asking to strike number 3 as a duplicate. Number 4, he'll admit. 5 also seems like a duplicate of 2 and 3. And then he'll admit number 6, 7, and 8. So we're just asking to strike 3 and 5 because they appear to be duplicates.
And then so there was a 9th allegation.
Ooh. Yes, and I apologize for that, and then a no contest on that one.
And no contest to number 9. Okay.
Yes.
All right, Agent Adams, any response to the motions to dismiss allegations 3 and 5?
Give me 2 seconds. I'm just reading over those right now.
Sure.
So 3 and 5 are both separate dates on when he allowed his GPS to die as well. They're both completely separate allegations, both separate events.
Okay,
So,
Mr. Conrad, do you want to admit those? Those are separate dates. I thought that might be the
Yes,
case, but I wasn't certain. Do you want
Yeah,
to
let's,
admit those or?
Yeah, let's admit them.
Okay.
all right. So I've got allegations 1 through 8 we're admitting, and then a no contest allegation 9. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Conrad. So let me make sure you understand a couple of things. First of all, the consequences of a no contest plea are the same as those of an admission. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you do have the right to require APP to prove all of these allegations at an evidentiary hearing.
No.
At that hearing, they would have to put on evidence that would prove that it's more likely than not that you violated your parole. You'd be able to defend yourself through an attorney by cross-examining APP's witnesses, as well as calling your own witnesses and or producing any exhibits you felt necessary for your defense. Do you understand these rights, Mr. Conrad?
Yes, I don't want to do none of that. I just want to get this over with and do this.
Perfect. So so that the admissions of the no contest plea then allow us to waive that right to the evidentiary hearing. We'll just get to the disposition part of your hearing.
Good.
So based off of that, I find that they're knowingly voluntarily entered. We will revoke your prior parole date. So now I'm going to have a little bit of conversation with your attorney, a little bit of a conversation with Agent Roberts, or sorry, am I on the right here? Agent Adams. Sorry, Agent Adams. And then, Mr. Conrad, you and I will have a conversation toward the end of the hearing, okay?
That's fine, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, Agent Adams. I apologize.
You're all right, I understand.
All right. Ms. Conyers, any recommendation and or additional information?
Yes, and first a little bit of additional information in that he got kicked out of treatment because he was using gabapentin. He had been prescribed that gabapentin, but apparently that did not go over well with his treatment. Some of the other issues were also because he was in and out of the hospital, which is why his GPS died a couple different times, is his circumstances there at the hospital. But he did stay in touch over the phone. It sounds like he was talking to his agent or trying to get in touch with his agent fairly regularly, but he did not report in person, mainly because he was at the hospital. I just want the board to know that he does still have medical issues that he needs to take care of. He does want to do intensive outpatient treatment. And he knows that whatever he does need some level of treatment. He does plan to continue working. He does roofing and tile work. So it sounds like he's very employable, and he'll get to that when he's ready and stable with his treatment and his medical issues.
Okay, thank you. Agent Adams, any recommendation?
A little bit of background, Mr. Conrad did start doing very well when he came out on parole. He was participating with treatment in behavioral. Their records indicate he was not prescribed gabapentin. However, he did pop positive on one of their UAs for gabapentin. At the same time, they were having a history, or I guess a situation where there was a few people in the house that was in their treatment facility that was using gabapentin without prescriptions. And Mr. Conrad was in that group, which ultimately was the reason he was dismissed from Valley Behavioral. Among the other reason of them not being able to help him with his medical issue, they couldn't continue to take him up to the hospital for his medical treatment as often as it was needed. I worked with Mr. Conrad to try and the initial idea was that he was going to be at his mom's house for a month and then get his medical under control and then get back down to the residential treatment program. However, ultimately ended up being much longer than that. He did repeatedly go to the hospital. I did put him on GPS for one of his violations. Multiple times I requested him come to my office, and I watched his GPS. There was times where he would go to the hospital, but then there was also many times where he reported to me that he would come down to the park right by my office and want me to come out to meet with him, and it just wasn't have the ability for me to do that. I instructed him multiple times to come to my office, and there was a minimum of 3 times that he refused to actually come across the street to the office. Mr. Conrad ultimately, for the most part, refused to actually report. It did force me to get a warrant for him not reporting and not charging his GPS, because a lot of times he would, there was a couple times where he would charge his GPS just enough for it, and it would die right while he was at the park, and then he reported to me that he went down to Provo instead of coming to my office. He did report that he was nervous about coming to the office. The office did cause him anxiety. We did notice some mental health, potential mental health issues. Therefore, APP recommends Mr. Conrad remain incarcerated for a minimum of 1 year to stabilize his mental health and his physical health, and get started with the mental health help that he needs.
Okay. All right, thank you for all of that information. All right, Mr. Conrad, tell me about what was going on this parole.
So, yeah, I had a lot of medical issues. I apologize. I mean, I got PTSD real bad. I've been stabbed out here. I've been jumped out here. Right now, I'm paying rent out here to live out here. A year in here, I don't think quit of it, because look, I don't get mental health in here. Medical with my surgery is going to be difficult for me. I'm going to have to be in population with a bag, a urine bag on me in my stomach. I'm not getting treatment I need in here. They're not putting me in no programs here. I'm just sitting over there in population doing nothing. I've been trying to get into programs. I've been asking for programs. I don't have nothing to do with mental health when I'm here.
Okay, let me jump in real quick, Mr. Conrad. Let's go back and talk about let's talk about parole first of all. So I understand that you're frustrated with your situation and you don't feel like nothing's happening. I'm not trying to cut you off from that conversation, but I want to start with what was going on while you were on parole, because it sounded like you started out pretty well and then things kind of fell apart. So tell me about what happened that made things not go so well for you.
I just started getting real sick and in and out of the hospital, and I would go down to Salt Lake to report. I would get nervous. I'd start getting anxiety. I got scared to go into the office. I wasn't out there using. I wasn't doing none of that. I just have a real bad case of PTSD. And when I walk into places like that, my anxiety goes through the roof. That's why I was asked to meet at the park, and he wasn't able to do that. And that's not his job to do that. It's my job to be a man and go into his office rather than my PTSD kicks in or anything. I understand that now. You know what I mean? I've had a lot of time to think, and I've been through a lot of stuff here right now. I don't know. That's where I messed up at, and I apologize, and I want a chance to do parole because I know I can do parole. I know I can do it, and staying here ain't helping me. It's not gonna help me at all.
Okay. So you mentioned there's no drug use on this parole?
No, not at all.
The gabapentin, who prescribed that to you?
So I've been prescribed gabapentin for a long time. Like Davis Hospital had me on it. I brought records to my PO saying I was on it. The hospital gave it to me when I was up at the hospital, but they're saying there was no indication. I understand there's a group of people using gabapentin around in the room I was in, but that's not the case. That's not what it was. I wasn't just using them out of the blue. You know what I mean? I was prescribed gabapentin and Suboxone. I wasn't just using them out of the blue. You know what I mean? So that's all I can say on that. I don't got nothing else to say on that. You know what I mean?
Are you currently on mental health medications?
No, I'm on Suboxone. That's it. That's all they're giving me here. Like mental health, like putting kites to see mental health. They don't see me. They're not doing nothing for me. They're not. I'm getting no help in here at all. And I've asked. I put in kites. I've asked to go to programs. I've asked to do this. I've asked to do that. I'm not hearing nothing. We're sitting in a section where I'm paying $100 rent every 2 weeks. That's not right. You know what I mean?
What else are you being treated for besides your PTSD?
That's it, just my PTSD. And I got bipolar and I can't read or write. And I'm dyslexic. I got frontal lobar damage in my brain. And that's it.
Okay, but on the outside, you're not being treated for the bipolarity or the traumatic brain injury?
I was getting a bunch of pills from Davis Hospital, from Dr. Hebe. He was putting me on all kinds of different pills out there. He was trying to get my PTSD under control. But like I said, in here, I'm getting nothing. I'm not getting no help. I put in kites. I've asked. I'm getting no help. I'm not on none of my medications I'm supposed to be on. I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? And I admit, yeah, I need my medications, but they're not doing nothing for me here. I repeatedly asked for my medications to talk to doctors, and they're still not doing nothing for me.
And you mentioned you have a urine bag, is that right?
I'm supposed to be going back for surgery to have another one put in any time now. I really don't want to have the surgery here. They're waiting to schedule it right now. I seen the doctor the other day ago. They're scheduling it up at the U, so I got to see TELEMED. They're getting ready to do the surgery anytime, like in the next month and a half, 2 months.
Okay, all right. All right, is there anything we haven't talked about that you wanted to discuss today?
No, I just want to let you guys know I'm sorry, man. And then, like, I would do everything I have to do to show you guys that I could do pro successfully. I just need another shot at it so I can do everything I need to do as a man and take care of myself to be a better person out there on the streets, be a better person to my mom and my family, to society.
I apologize. I do have one more question. In the report, it indicated that you had either a wish to die or an anticipation that you're gonna. Do you have suicidal thoughts?
No, not no more. I don't. No, that's when I was trying to get my PTSD under control. Yeah, out there I was having those thoughts. Out there I was struggling. So he was putting me on medications. I was starting to get better.
Okay.
Mike, can I make one more statement?
Please.
When VFAST apprehended Mr. Conrad, his mother did report to me that Mr. Conrad briefly did place a knife up to his throat during when he first saw them at the door. I don't know how accurate that is. I just wanted to make the board aware of that, as well as other suicidal comments while he was on the phone with me.
Okay. Mr. Conrad, any response to that when you were being arrested? Did you threaten self?
No, I did not have a knife to my throat. And I did not say nothing about being suicidal at that point in time. I don't know where that came from. I never said that, and that didn't come out of my mouth. So no, yeah, I was suicidal. I did talk to him, telling him on the phone that I wasn't mentally stable a couple times. And that's when I just got into Dr. Healy, and he started giving me medications for that, trying to work with me, trying to help that out. You know what I mean? So I did try to get help after I didn't act on it. I didn't try none of it. I didn't attempt none of it. It was a thought. Yeah, it was a thought.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Hopefully we're able to get you in a position where you can get the help that you need. So what happens after today is I'll take my report to the board. They will deliberate. They'll make a final decision. Once they reach their decision, they will send you a letter in the mail. They'll also post it online. So you can either wait for that letter to get to you or have people you know on the outside who can look it up on the board's website. Okay?
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Hey, I got a question too. So if I need to get treatment, a halfway house would probably be the way to go. If I got to do a program, because they'll stick me right in there from here. So that would be, if you guys want me to do an inpatient program, that's what I ask you guys, please, to put me there, or let me do outpatient, because I already got a program set up for me. I've already got everything set up through Davis Hospital. So everything will be set up the day I get out. I already got jobs and everything lined up, so I'm ready to go.
All right. Well, that'll be a decision for the board and AP&P to make, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Good luck, Mr. Conrad.
Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Alexander Stone, offender number 176719. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. Right now, we don't have oh, he's logging in. Okay. Hi, Agent Nunez. Can you hear me? While he's logging in, I am going to acknowledge that you have visitors here. It looks like your wife and mother are here. So on behalf of the Board of Pardons, I would like to thank you for appearing today. The board always likes to see family appear and come to these hearings because it does show that he truly has support on the outside. Agent Nunez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I saw you had the blue packet. Have you had a chance to review everything in there?
Yes.
All right. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. And I want you to know that I did review, there were 3 letters that came in. There was one from you, your father, and your wife. So I've read it, and I'll be sure to have in my report, refer the board to read those as well, okay? So right now we're dealing with 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions? And is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he'll waive formal reading of the allegations and he will admit one. And then number 2, he is going to deny, and he believes that AP&P will strike that. That is having indirect or direct contact with an alleged victim. That is his wife. She is here at this hearing. And he tells me that his therapist approved contact with his wife and that the agent knew and approved contact as well. So we're asking to strike that one.
Okay, thank you. AP&P, what do you want to do with number 2?
AP does not want to strike number 2. The reason being is because when Mr. Stone was having his issues with his substance abuse, I was getting text messages from his wife saying that she was nervous and scared of him and things of that nature and wanted ABP to intervene. I did tell Mr. Stone that since she is listed as a victim in one of his parole agreements, that at this time we're going to take back letting him having contact with her and to not have contact with her until he is done with parole, which he at the time agreed to. So when we found out through another PD that they actually had contact and they were around each other and everything else, that's why the allegation is on there, because we did take that away from him when she reached out to AP&P telling us that she was nervous and afraid of him and had footage of him and she was trying to send us and everything else. So for her safety, we took that away from him and her.
Okay, just one sec. So Agent Nunez, your options are to either dismiss or offer evidentiary.
We go to evidentiary hearing because I have her text messages and videos that she sent me.
I don't.
Okay, just one sec. I'll give you a chance.
Mr. Stone, since they're willing to go to evidentiary on this one, you have a choice to say, you can maintain your denial and we can have an evidentiary hearing, or you can say admit or no contest to number 2.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the blue packet, which is, as you just stated, everything that we have related to these.
Uh-huh.
On 2/13 of 2023, once Mr. Stone completed his substance abuse course, he enrolled in domestic violence class. When Mr. Stone completed domestic violence course, his therapist informed Mr. Stone would not be a threat to the victim as long as he utilized the skills and techniques learned during the course of treatment and recognizing red flag situations. Now, I've read over this packet 15, 20 times since I've gotten it. There is no mention of anything of you saying that you revoked it, that you told me I couldn't have contact, that you told her that you couldn't have, that I couldn't have contact. There's not one mention of it in here. It seems like you would have put something like that if there was a big situation that that came up, it seems like you would have put that in the record. This is the record right here. These are your words. This is your file. And there's no mention of anything in here saying that you revoked that at any time. Me and her lived together. We had bought a house together.
Sir, I'm gonna stop you because that is great testimony, but if you're going to continue to say that, disagree with that allegation, I think that
Food is
it can be
yummy.
better handled in an evidentiary.
I would rather than go to evidentiary, I just would rather plead no contest to that allegation if that's the way it's gonna be.
Okay, did you want to talk to your attorney first?
I've talked to her about it.
Okay.
Okay, then let's go ahead and so we'll admit number 1 and then no contest on number 2.
Okay, sir, based off of your admission to number 1 and no contest plea to number 2, I am going to recommend the board revoke your April 12th, 2022 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you. So it sounds like I was going to address that a little bit more, but it sounds like that's been addressed. Although I will say that I believe Mr. Stone told me his wife did send a letter to the board in which she disputes the allegations. What he's asking for is 90 days termination. And if the termination isn't something that he can get relatively soon, he would ask for 90 days and another opportunity at parole. He did complete the SOTP. I think he still has his polygraph to do, but he did complete his treatment, in not only his SOTP, but also his substance abuse and domestic violence as well. So he's done quite a bit of work to do that treatment, and he was doing really well and almost terminated in April of 2024, just days after he relapsed. So unfortunately, he wasn't terminated then. He paid off all his fines and fees. So it sounds like he's set up for parole if given another opportunity at that, if that's what the board wants him to do. He can work for Ralph Wadsworth, and he has a house in Harriman that his wife and him have. I assume that's contingent on whether he's on parole and can have contact with her or not. But it sounds like he has a lot of plans and a lot of good support, some of whom are here at this hearing today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. APMP, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, no, we do agree. Mr. Stone did very well on this parole compared to other paroles that he was on with other agents. Unfortunately, we did even ask for termination from Mr. Stone because he was doing so well and was very clean, and wasn't using drugs. Unfortunately, when I got a text message from his wife saying he was using, and we drug tested him, he was using, we had to revoke that termination and move forward. Unfortunately, he couldn't recover from them. But yeah, I don't want to take away anything from all the good deeds he did. He did complete DV treatment, and he also went back and his aftercare. Was recommended that he needed no treatment at this time. He wasn't a risk sexually to anybody, which was fantastic. And all he really had to do was stay clean for 6 months and take another polygraph, and we would ask for another termination. So with that being said, I would like to see Mr. Stone back on parole after, I do agree with the 90 days. I do believe he is strong-willed enough to do it if he wants to. But I think he should be given that other opportunity. We also do agree if the board wants to terminate him, that's fine with us too. But if not, we would like to see him back on parole, back on my caseload, and want to get this another go. I do believe he can do it, and this next parole, he probably will do it, as long as he stays away from the substance abuse. So I would like to see him back in substance abuse treatment again, to learn more skills and techniques to help him with those high-risk situations.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Stone, I'm going to let you pick up where I interrupted you. So go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna, I have a couple minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to go through a couple things from my blue packet, and then I'll
Okay.
get on with what I have to say.
All right. So we have about 5 to 7 minutes. Just so you.
It shouldn't be that long.
Okay.
I can't talk that long. I'm not, my heart's beating a little too fast.
No, it's okay. I'll keep up.
Okay, I just have a couple things highlighted. Mr. Stone has been employed with Alpha Wadsworth for a duration of 3.5 years. I got promoted from laborer to finisher to machine operator And now I'm running the batch plant for the biggest project in state history at the airport. I was making all the concrete for that whole project out there.
So were you heavy equipment operator? 'Cause I know about batch plants, so that's why I'm asking, like, what was your,
I ran the batch plant.
ran the whole thing?
Yes, I
Okay,
ran the
go
batch plant. I was in a management position.
Okay.
I enrolled in Sequoia Counseling Services for domestic violence substance abuse treatment. Mr. Stone had good attendance and remained in good standing with the treatment. He completed both of those. I'll go to the recommendations of the psychosexual evaluation. As Mr. Stone participated in substance abuse treatment, he has already done SOTP and no more is recommended at this time. AP&P continues to thoroughly supervise Mr. Stone since his parole, and he's demonstrated he understands red flag situations and how to avoid them using the skills and techniques. My Vassar 2 score was a low. My SOTIPS score was a low. The combined was a low, and that makes me a low risk to reoffend. I participated in a polygraph, so AP&P and verify Mr. Stone has been truthful and honest with AP&P on this parole. Mr. Stone passed his polygraph test with truthful results and with 0 admissions to violating his parole. I broke my ankle on April 8th. I was stepping down the back porch of my house and broke my ankle and had to have surgery on it. I've got a plate and 8 screws in it now. The next day is when I relapsed. I called Mr. Nunez and admitted it to him, as it says in my blue packet. I called and admitted it to him, and my termination was supposed to go into effect the very next day.
It's not as rare as you think. It happens quite a bit, and we hate to see it because, you know, the board already decided like, okay, he's good.
Yeah.
We're gonna cut him loose. So
It was kind of a swift kick of reality to me, but I paid off all my fines and fees. It says. I already read that about the domestic violence treatment, how I completed that. This has been Mr. Stone's best done on parole. He has satisfied his Group C conditions by getting an assessment. This board actually came in 2015 to this board, and I was a Group A, and they reduced me down to a Group C. Denise Porter was my hearing agent and my hearing officer that time, and she asked me what I was even doing here.
yeah, she's was a board member.
Yeah, I continued substance abuse treatment and continue to report and provide clean UAs. I have never absconded. I have never ran. I've never missed an appointment, whether I was dirty or not, whether I was in trouble or not, whether I was going to prison or not. I went to AP&P every single time, my whole life. I've never absconded. Mr. Stone did so well that AP&P even asked for early termination. He would have been effective 4/11. I relapsed on 4/9. And then, of course, my mistake, I used meth, and this situation happened on September 16th. I feel like I've had a lifetime. I've had a lifetime of good decisions and good that I've done. It's been wiped out by one bad decision at the wrong time here and there, you know. Let me put my situation in perspective a little bit. I haven't lived one full year of my adult life to this point, not either incarcerated, on probation, or on parole for these charges. I'm about to turn 40 now. It's been 20 years. I came out here in 2015. I was put under the jurisdiction of the board in 2015 after being on probation for 10 years for them. And they revoked my probation and sent me out here. And that's when Denise Porter asked me, what are you doing here? Why didn't they just terminate you and let you go? It's been 10 years. And I've done another 10 on top of that now. It's 2025. That was 2015. But at the same time, during those 20 years, I don't think it's much of a coincidence that my 3 most successful years on parole were when I was married to this woman back here. That's been 3 years. And I don't think that's a coincidence. She puts wind in my sails. She's my rock. And for me not to be around her damages me. It holds me back. It's a speed bump for me. It's a speed bump for her. And I don't think it's a positive thing. Like I said, we have a house together that we bought after much hard work from both of us.
And that's in Harriman.
That's in Harriman. We bought that 1.5 years ago. And now she's stuck with the bills. It's Christmas time.
I think I remember seeing that you have kids too, right?
Yes, ma'am. 3.
Okay.
None of this would be possible without her. None of the success I had, I owe as much as much credit to her for the success I had on this last parole as I do to myself. The no contact order with her is a roadblock. I violated my parole. I admit that. And like I said, at this time of year, like it's Thanksgiving, like I'm very thankful for my wife. I'm thankful for my family, my mother and my father who's not able to make it. He's a little under the weather. And I hope that the board will listen to the recommendation of AP&P and my board attorney and give me 90 days and let me be with my family for Christmas.
And you prefer a term, I'm taking it. I just have to make sure.
I don't like,
Like if you could choose 90 days and what?
90 days and termination.
Okay.
I
Just
mean,
making sure.
but
Sometimes people ask for another parole, so I'm just making.
like he said, like Nunez said, he thinks that I can make it this time no matter what, and so do I. Like I got tripped up, and you know, I'm willing to admit that.
Okay.
It's hard. It's been hard. It's been rough. Like I said, my wife's stuck with all the bills out there, and it is Christmas time. If I got 90 days, I could be home for Christmas with my family.
Okay.
And that would help a lot for me to be able to get back to work.
All right. Let me ask you some questions because we're running out of time, and then I'll kind of fill you in on stuff. So let me see. You've pretty much answered everything. So when the usage happened, what do you think triggered that? Was it you breaking your ankle? What happened?
Yeah, in April, yeah, that's what triggered it. In April, yes. I broke my ankle. I think I started feeling sorry for myself because I couldn't go to work no more. I was out of work for 10 weeks then.
Okay.
And yeah, that's what I used the very next day. And I didn't know the termination was sitting on Nunez's desk, you know.
We had already approved it.
I know. I didn't know he was sitting on his desk.
Yeah.
And so it was probably a test from him. You know, he wasn't going to tell me till the last minute just to make sure I was on the up and up. And that's, I guess the Lord didn't have that in my cards at that point, but.
Okay. And then, you pled no contest to the second incident. I'm just giving you an opportunity. Do you want to say anything about that? You don't have to.
The second incident, I got my wife's letter. I haven't been able to have contact with my wife for since I've been back to prison now. So I got her letter, but like, we were at my parents' house and I told her I wanted to take the vehicle to go to the store. I had just been down to my PO's office and I passed a UA for my PO earlier that morning. I told her I wanted to go to the store, get a pack of cigarettes. And for some reason she knew, like, cause she always knows, she's not dumb. And she's always figured me out, like she can tell. And she tried to stop me from, she knew I was going to go try to get high and that's where I was going. And I left. It says I drug her by the vehicle. I never drug her by a vehicle. She was walking next to the vehicle trying to stop me. There was no dragging her. There was no, I feel like if that would have happened the way it happened, it was said that it happened in here, there would have been charges filed against me because I don't know. It just, but I went down to my friend's house and I got high. She tracked me down there. She knew where I was at and I had left the keys in the car for her to get the keys. And she took the vehicle back. But I mean, that's part of my, I'm a co-signer on that vehicle. So.
Okay. So that's a question I had. If you are paroled or however long you're on the registry, that has to be registered.
Yeah.
Because if it's a third degree felony, so that's a 0 to 5.
And my PO did bring that to my awareness that day. And I told him I was only in it for a half hour, man. Well, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
If you're a co-signer on it.
And I understand that.
Yeah, so just keep that in mind.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. You do have that, the expiration is not until 2043, but you have been on for a long time.
See, I would have expirated in charge number 1 and 2 if they would have been going since I got them in 2006,
Yeah.
2005. I would have expirated the top 2 of those charges, and the third one I only had what 6 years left on it, 7 years left on it.
Yeah.
So like, if you look at it in those terms, like I'm really close to being able to expirate all 3 of them.
Okay.
You know.
I'll point that out and that you were previously given a termination. So, Since you've been back in custody, have you worked with mental health at all?
I'm in the solid program. I went to
Okay.
I know you guys know what that is. It was actually started by one of my friends. He's actually one of my friends.
Okay.
So I know him very well, and I came over there right out of Arno.
Oh, okay.
And so it's kept me away from the gang situation because I also have a gang stipulation that I satisfied, and I'm a modified gang member. I've been modified since 2019. I'm looking to get all the way off of the SDG file right now, so I don't have to have that hanging on me no more, you know? And,
So, I'm just gonna stop you just because of the time thing. Let's see. So if you had to gauge your mental health right now, what do you think? Is it good? Are you struggling?
I'm in good mental health. I
Good.
feel
Are
like
you
I'm in
on
good mental
any
health.
meds or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you did say, we talked about your broken ankle. Have you recovered from that or are you still dealing with some issues?
It's a little painful right now, more just because it's cold outside and I got a plate in my ankle. But other than that, no, it's fully healed. It's been fully healed. I don't have any other physical issues.
If you were released on a parole, would that get in the way of you completing your requirements set out by the board?
What requirements?
Well, if the board orders that part of parole is usually you have to find a job. It sounds like you have a job.
I'm going right
Yeah.
back to Wadsworth, yeah.
That you have to report. Some people have a struggle with that because of physical. So I'm just asking.
No, I went to work with a boot on.
Okay.
I went back to work before I even got my walking boot off, so.
Okay, and then you told me that you're modified since
I'm modified. I've been
2019.
modified for 5 years now.
All right.
I wrote STG to get all the way off the STG file, so I'm looking to do that.
And then you're in the follow program. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to compile all the information from the letters and just everything that you got a copy of. I'll submit it to the board, and I'll also submit to the board the recommendation from Ms. Conyers and from Agent Nunez. It's about the same. APMP appears to be okay with the termination, but parole is another option that both of them seemed okay with. I will tell you that the board can do that. They can choose something else, and they still do have the option to do that evidentiary, but it's up to the board. I'm just going to report back everything we discussed, what your plans for release are, that you have a residence, that you have a job to go to, you've completed a ton of treatment. And I will let them know that you feel that the no contact order that was put in place is really hindering your success on parole. I know that I looked at it too. I know it wasn't ordered by a court. It was something the board put in place after an evidentiary in 2020. So I'll bring that up, let them know that you have kids together, that, you have a life with this other person. But they'll decide in the next 7 to 10 days, you'll find out what the decision is. It'll come in inmate mail. And at that time, if you do get parole, it'll also include any special conditions. Okay?
I'm just trying to get home by Christmas if at all possible.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. I wish you luck. Thanks. Let's
you.
conclude this hearing.
Right.
Thanks. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Mario Flores, offender number 209194. Mr. Flores is not appearing today. He's authorized his attorney, Ms. Conyers, to enter pleas on his behalf. Mr. Flores has three allegations and 2 pending cases. The first case is case number 241911115, domestic violence assault on a pregnant person, 3rd-degree felony ×4, domestic violence in the presence of a child, 3rd-degree felony, property damage destruction, 3rd-degree felony, with a pretrial conference of December 2nd, 2024. These charges are associated with the allegations. The next case is case number 241911431, domestic violence violation of a jail release court order, felony arrest, 3rd-degree felony, criminal trespass of a dwelling, 3rd-degree felony, and domestic violence in the presence of a child, 3rd-degree felony. He has a pretrial conference set for December 2nd, 2024. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Conyers.
Thank you. We'll enter denials and ask to continue for 90 days.
Okay. APMP, is there anything you want to add?
No.
Okay. Okay, at this time, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you. Okay, and is this Agent Gillian from APMP?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're just waiting for your attorney. When she comes on screen, we'll get started.
Okay.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Christopher Jordan, offender number 229798. Is that your offender number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sir, my name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Gillian, but before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
Okay, thank you. Sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
yes, I did.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So currently you have 7 allegations, but before we start, I am going to take note of a pending case. It's case number 241911972, failed to stop or respond at command of police, 3rd-degree felony. It's attached to allegation 3. Reckless driving, class B misdemeanor, attached to allegation 2, and brake light reflectors to display or reflect red color infraction, attached to allegation 4. You have an initial appearance set for December 5th. So currently we do have those 7 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
With that new information about that case being filed, I could not see it the other day. It must have been filed after I looked on Monday. Anyway, we would ask to enter denials at this time and continue this for 90 days while that case is pending.
Okay. APMP, is there anything that you want to add?
No, just the other allegations. They're gonna take them federal, so still gonna waiting to hear back from them.
Okay, that was my question. It's in regards to the firearm?
Yes. Yeah, they're spoke with the agent that was in charge of that, and he's taking them federal, so
Okay.
there's no court date yet or anything set up.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else, APMP?
No, just that.
All right. So, sir, here's what's going to happen. Because there is the case that has been filed in state court, it is a potential board jurisdiction. So I'm going to take the recommendation from both your attorney and APMP to continue this pending adjudication of the state case. If in the meantime, you're charged federally, then the board will most likely continue it to see the outcome of that case. So in the next 7 to 10 days, you'll get an official decision from the board in inmate mail regarding this hearing and the outcome. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. So at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, and sorry, wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thanks. Thanks, APMP.
Thank you, APMP.
Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for JIBRIL Ahmed, offender number 245288. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Baker. So before we start, I do need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So currently, we do have 5 allegations. I am going to note, as of yesterday, there were new charges in screening with the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office, but as of this morning, nothing has been filed. They were in association with allegation number 1. We do have those 5 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. It seems like number 1 is not that APMP nor the board is prepared to strike that at this time. So I think we will have to enter denials and get a continuance. I wonder if Agent Baker has any updates for us and if there's anything that he can do to move this along.
Well,
Agent
currently,
Baker?
excuse me, it's in the screening process of the DA's office.
Okay.
There's not much I can do with that one. I do have the case number for that if you guys don't have it.
Okay, what is it?
So their case number for the DA is 24016844,
Okay,
and that's the DA number.
okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Conyers, so I'm just going to go ahead and enter denials like you requested and request the continuance. Anything else, Ms. Conyers?
No, not at this time.
Okay, APMP, is there anything that you want to add?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, I'm also going to just note for the record that on September 26th, an ICE detainer was put in place as well. So, Mr. Ahmed, what's going to happen is I'm going to stop this hearing, go back to the board, let them know, let the board members know that there is a case that's in screening with the county, with the district attorney. If the district attorney decides to prosecute, charges will be filed. If they decide not to, then the case will not be filed. We'll be tracking it in the office at the board. Because the pending cases of potential board jurisdiction, the board will most likely want to see the outcome of the case if it goes to court, if the case is filed. So at this point, do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, I actually do. So how long do they got like to file the case, or because I don't think this whole thing is like a misunderstanding, and so
Okay.
it should have been filed some by now, I think. So
Well-
I don't,
Oh, go ahead.
Well, the case
don't-
has been filed. It's in the screening process. It hasn't fully been accepted yet.
but what agency? Because I've been calling and asking. I've been told none been filed yet, and I have my family checking like every week. And
They won't be able to see it until it's been accepted by the DA.
so how do I keep track of it? So I'll just wait
I'll
and see
track
it.
it. Just have them contact me
Okay.
or Miss Conyers.
And sir, on the board side, we're not just going to continue and just let it go. The board will track it too. And so in the next 90 days, the board will go back in and see if charges are filed. If they're not, APMP usually will update us and let us know that they've been declined, the charges have been declined by the district attorney. And once we receive information that either the charges are not being filed or it did get filed, you went to court, the case is now done, that's when we would schedule you for another hearing. So we're tracking it as well. But right now, we can't do anything until the district attorney decides if they're going to pursue it or not, so.
I understand, but how, do they got a certain time or it could be a year or, you know, do they got a certain time to file or?
I really just know that the board will continue it and come back and look at it in 90 days. Ms. Conyers, do you know the time frame? I think is there one?
I mean, it's a felony. I mean, it's the statute of limitations. They can file for at least 4 more years, but even longer probably. So it could take some time. That's not to say, sir, that we intend to just leave you here waiting for 4 years. It's not going to take that long. I expect that it would.
Because
I know
like
they're a little behind at that office, but I think they should be turning to it in the next month.
Yeah, like I said, this whole thing is misunderstanding. I'm pretty sure, I got my fingerprints in the file and my DNA, so it's not that difficult to find out like if that's firearm like belong to me or, but like, I don't know, this the first time it happens, but like usually they file within 72 hours, so.
Well, sir, in this case, that's where we're at. We're just waiting to find out from the district attorney. That's the only information that I can provide, and that when the board looks at it, they can choose to continue it for up to 90 days, if not longer, if they feel the district attorney needs more time. Now, in the next 7 to 10 days, you'll find out the board decision. It'll come to you in inmate mail, and you'll see how long they've decided to continue it for. And again, we check on it. If you hear anything officially from anyone, please, or if your family does, send us a letter so we can look into it a lot sooner than the 90 days if that's what the board decides. Any
I
other
would
questions?
I would imagine with his current charges, they will make sure they take their time and go over every possible solution to this case.
Okay. So, sir, it sounds like it might be a little while, but we'll be tracking it. So, any other questions for me at this point?
No.
Okay.
So
Oh, go ahead.
that's all I said.
Okay, so at this time, I am going to conclude the hearing, and sir, I wish you luck. Please reach out if you hear anything through your family, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, Agent Baker.
Yep, I've got the next 2.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Malik Irving, offender number 226940. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Baker. So before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days written notice of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So it looks like you currently have one allegation. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegation?
He is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. No motions. He will admit to the sole allegation.
Sir, based off of your admission to the allegation, I am going to recommend the board revoke your June 4th, 2024 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you. He is he did want to return to Odyssey House to get that treatment, and after this happened, of course, he couldn't do that. He is asking for 90 days with credit for the nearly 2 months he's served, and for another opportunity at parole. He'd like to start at Nuke and their stabilization program. He did make it to Compass Seniors and did that treatment, so he should be ready for whatever treatment opportunities come his way on parole. He also has employment opportunities doing production work, so he knows what it takes to be successful at parole, and believes that he will be this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Conyers, what was the name of the treatment?
He had done a Compass Seniors program.
Okay, thank you. Agent Baker, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I spoke with Agent Walter about this case, and his recommendation would be 180 days and they're released directly to a residential treatment program.
Okay. And I saw in the allegation there was he was kicked out of treatment for making threats. And are there any pending cases based on that, or it was just part
Not
of
that I'm
the
aware of,
technical?
no. A lot of times with those, they just kick him out and that's the end of it.
Okay. Okay,
Rarely do
anything
they
else?
actually rise to a criminal level.
Okay. Anything else, Agent Baker?
No.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Mr. Irving, I have some questions for you.
Yes.
So it looks like you were released. This was your first parole.
Yes.
Tell me what happened.
As far as what part?
So I'll just read it. On September 25th, 2024, Agent Walzer went to Odyssey House where you were attending treatment. He was told, Agent Walzer was told by staff that Mr. Irving was removed from the program for making threats to staff members. Additionally, the agent was told you returned to the treatment center after being kicked out and tried to break into the facility. You were trespassed from the property permanently. Your whereabouts at that time at that point were unknown. So that's what I want to know.
No, I wasn't kicked out. I went back and I just was like, it's called lock or whatever, to where like I just served hours.
Okay.
And so I went back to get in, and then she was like, no, you're kicked out. And the whole thing about it was that they kicked me out like in the middle of the night, and I was just trying to get my phone and the rest of my stuff, and they wouldn't give it to me. So I left, and then I came back, and I tried to see if I could stay there, and they kicked me out. That's when they told me I couldn't be back in the program.
Okay.
So I left.
So initially, what was the reason for being removed from the program
Oh no, it was like my roommates, because I stay in a room with like 10 other people.
Mhm.
And so
I guess me and us other boy had a disagreement, and yeah, I don't know what he told them, but they were just like they didn't even get my side of the story or anything. They just kicked me out in the middle of the night and didn't want to give me my phone or anything. But at the same time, like I don't have no one out here or anything, so that's why I was like I need my phone and everything.
Okay, so,
But they, I don't, whatever motives they had or what they have going on, it's different from.
okay, so, when you were gone, so let's see. I think you were absconded for maybe a week. So during that time, where did you go?
I just went to a room, and it was it.
Like what kind of room?
Like a hotel room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then, what was, the circumstances of your arrest? Like, how did you end up getting arrested?
I guess I was pulled over for not having a ticket.
Not having a ticket?
Yeah, not having a. I don't understand. Like, wait, like, how did I get pulled over?
No, so I have that you absconded parole.
Oh, okay,
So
yes.
when you were arrested, how, like, did the police just walk up to you on the sidewalk and arrest you, or did something happen? I'm just curious how you
Yeah,
ended up
they,
back in custody.
yeah, they just, yeah, they just located me.
Okay, on the board warrant? Okay, so let's see, you were arrested on 9/26. Okay, so, did they get you in the hotel room or where were you? Pulled over? What happened?
I was going through the tracks because I don't have a car.
Okay.
And I didn't get the ticket. And so they ran my
Oh, the
name.
tracks ticket.
Yeah.
Okay, and then is that how it happened? Okay,
And that was it for that one.
okay. So let's see. So this was your first attempt at parole. Your expiration date is April 10th of 2027 if you do every day of your sentence. If the board were to grant you another release, how do you think things would be different? Like, it sounds like your attorney said that you have job prospects. If you have to do treatment, and Odyssey won't take you back because in the report it says you were permanently trespassed, what other options can you think of for treatment?
They have a TRC at Nuke, and I have a therapist there.
Okay.
I think that'll all work out. I mean, the whole Odyssey thing, I was just trying to like get everything done, and after that, see job opportunities out in Salt Lake because there's quite a bit more, and it didn't work out like that, and so. But I think I do better.
And that's for, I think your attorney said for stabilization, right?
Yeah, they have that.
Okay, so here's my question about that. When you were first released, I saw that you went to Nuke, absconded from Nuke. The board issued a warrant. Then you turned yourself in or came back to Nuke. The board recalled the warrant and then ended up issuing one when you went to Odyssey. So, how are you going to?
That one wasn't supposed to be released. That was not gone. I didn't abscond or leave.
Okay.
They knew I was going to Odyssey. I don't know why they would release that. So that's why they recalled that one.
Why would they release what? What do you mean?
Why I don't understand why they even put that warrant out because they knew I was going there, and so there was no reason. I was at Odyssey.
Well, the board issued it because APMP notified the board that on June 4th, you walked away from the Nuke Center. The board issued the warrant. You
No, they have the excuse me. They have the paper. They have the way they put they put it backwards. So you're probably looking at reading something, and then it's supposed to be, we had already answered the first one about the the week, when I was going for the week.
Okay.
That would be right there.
No,
So
so when you released from parole, where did you go?
to nuke.
Okay, so they're saying on June 4th, after you paroled on June 4th to nuke, you walked away from nuke, the warrant was issued, you returned to nuke, and the board recalled the warrant because you came back. Then you were able to find a bed at Odyssey House. You were kicked out for threatening staff. You attempted to return to the program, and as a result, you were trespassed. So
Oh.
what in that is wrong?
What's wrong in that is I was working. I got there June 4th. I started working. I got a job
Where at?
for staffing, well, Express.
Oh.
So at Timken,
Uh-huh.
doing like rail bearings.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I was working from June 4th. I stayed at the halfway house
Right.
and was working. And then I didn't leave for that week until like August,
Okay.
right? And then they recalled, and that's when I just put in to go for Odyssey.
Okay.
Then that's when the whole thing happened.
Okay. So back to my question, because there was an issue with the Odyssey, and somewhere along the line, APMP requested that you have a warrant issued for your arrest while at nuke. I'm just wondering how, if released again, are you going to make sure that you're successful?
Oh yeah, so I mean, even though I don't have support, I built up a little support system here.
Okay.
And I kind of just like had to cut people off, and just start my life fresh here, build a foundation. So I'm just gonna be focused on myself and what I have to do, and just stay out the way, stay to myself, and establish myself.
Now, did you use any time during this parole?
I used marijuana. I got drunk. I used amphetamine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you using while you were in treatment?
No, they drug test, no. But after those, I had got meds.
And what meds are those?
Take Suboxone, take Trazodone, I take melatonin.
Okay.
Yes, I have meds.
So in talking about that, since you've been back in custody, how do you think your mental health is? Have you reached out to mental health at all?
Oh, it's good.
Okay.
Everything's good.
All right. Are you currently on medication?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any thing physically going on that would get in the way of completing parole?
No, I'll be able to be successful this time around.
All right. So you want to go to nuke for stabilization?
Yes. Salt Lake has one as well.
Mm-hmm.
Fortitude, they have the same thing. So, I mean, it's just give and go of which one.
Which one, if you could choose, which one would you prefer, Salt Lake or Ogden? Don't matter. Okay. Is there anything else that you want to tell me about the absconding or your plans for release?
Say it again.
Is there anything else you want to tell me about absconding, about this allegation, or your plans for release?
No.
Okay, so at this time, what I'm going to do is take the recommendation from your attorney and then the recommendation from APMP, submit it to the board along with what we discussed, what you want to do on parole. And in the next 7 to 10 days, you should find out from the board their decision. It'll come in inmate mail. And at that time, if you do get another release date, it will include your special conditions of parole as well, okay?
Yes. But, okay, I do want to add to that. I think, yeah, stabilization would be better.
Okay.
It give me a chance to build up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I need that.
So one thing I did write in my notes is that seemed like APMP was working harder at your parole than you were. So if you do get another release, I would try to work harder than them.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So at this time, what I'm going to do is conclude the hearing, and sorry, wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is a time and place set for a parole violation dispositional hearing for Darren Venable, offender number 142326. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Hey, thank you. My name's Melissa Stapley. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you and Agent Baker. Agent Baker was sworn in for a previous hearing, so I just need to swear you in at this point, sir. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Sir, have you had a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
I have.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
I have.
Okay, just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. So currently, we have 2 allegations, but before we start, I am going to note case number 241909083. Aggravated assault 3rd-degree felony attached to allegation 1 was dismissed without prejudice on October 8th, 2024. Assault Class B misdemeanor, unlawful detention Class B misdemeanor, those were also dismissed without prejudice, and interference when a peace officer Class B misdemeanor attached to allegation 2 on the warrant was dismissed as well. So we do have those 2 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
Yes, he will waive formal reading of the allegations, and we'd enter denials and make sounds like a stipulated motion to strike the allegations and the warrant itself and to reinstate him immediately back on parole.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agent Baker, I'll turn it over to you. What do you want to do with these allegations?
So with these allegations, they were the only two violations he had up until this incident. He had done remarkably well. He'd started off in a homeless shelter, went through the steps, got his own place, got his own job, and was showing stable. So when this was actually out of left field, but my understanding is we do not have a cooperating witness, and since we do not have one, we have no standing to pursue those two allegations. So I would recommend that we do a reinstatement since there are no other violations that I have against him at this time.
Okay, so just so I know I haven't missed something, did you previously submit a warrant recall?
I have not.
Okay.
When we found out that the charges have been dropped, I talked to the board and they were just going to put them on the schedule to do it that way.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anything else, Agent Baker?
No, not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Venable, here's what's going to happen. This doesn't happen very often, but in this case, both the APMP and your attorney have agreed to dismiss the two allegations. The case where the charges are associated with those allegations were dismissed in court as well. So I get done with I have one more hearing. When that's done, I'm going to notify the board what happened here today. You should receive a decision really quickly in the next 24 to 48 hours. If the board agrees to release you, it's going to happen quickly. They still do have the option to schedule an evidentiary hearing if they believe that they want to go that route. But if not, you'll be released in the next couple days. Okay, do you have any questions for me?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
All right, so at this time, I'll just let you know, I'll submit it to the board as soon as I physically can, and you should have a decision on what they're going to do in the next couple days. So good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
Immediately, Mr. Baker. Get out.
Thanks, Agent Baker.
Yep.
All right, let's go on the record. Good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Michael Lopez, offender number 241543. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Melissa Stapler. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you, so before we start, I need to swear you both in. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, did you have a chance to meet with your attorney, Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive at least 7 days written notification of this hearing and a copy of your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Just so you know, everything in that blue packet is a copy of what we're using for this hearing today. You currently have 5 allegations. Ms. Conyers, are there any motions, and is he willing to waive formal reading of the allegations?
He is willing to waive formal reading of the allegations. No motions. He'll admit 1, 2, 4, and 5. He'll say no contest on number 3.
Thank you. Sir, based off of your admissions to allegations 1, 2, 4, and 5, and no contest plea to number 3, I am going to recommend the board revoke your September 6, 2022 parole date. Ms. Conyers, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you. Yes, he had been out on parole. This was his first attempt at parole, and he was out for 2 years, so definitely did some things right. Sadly, his grandmother died, and that hit him really hard, and that he went downhill. What he's asking the board for is 90 days with credit going back to, which is here in about 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. So he's asking for a release, basically an immediate release. He is trying to he may work on getting an interstate compact to Vegas, but if that doesn't work out, he would like to start at a sober living place. One thing that we had a good conversation about is his need to hopefully still has his birth certificate and social security card. It took him a little while to get that, and without that, it really sets him back. He is very employable and actually has lots of job opportunities with either street sweepers or even 7-Eleven. He knows how to do treatment, and he'll get back into treatment and knows how to do that. His goal is to finish up parole just as soon as possible so he can move on with his life. He does know how to be successful. He was out 2 years. He knows that he can get this done, and plans to use his full effort to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Agent Sessions, I'll turn it over to you.
Awesome, thank you. So I took over Michael's case about 4 months ago when he was documented to be a habitual offender because he had 6 felonies in 5 years. So I started going through his ICOTS. Kind of going back to the beginning to where we are now. It appears he did not ever hold a job from what I can see while he was in Vegas. He continued to tell his parole officer he did not have an ID there, so they would not allow him to work. They tried to get him to do an assessment numerous times in Vegas, which he possibly might have completed a questionnaire at the end, but I don't think he ever actually entered into any treatment. He was reading over the police report. He was found with a handgun on his person, and there were a few other charges that were eventually dismissed, and he pled guilty to the firearm on his person there in Vegas. So going over this, we are asking for a public safety due to priors with firearms, with that being on his person. I don't know how they were supervising him in Vegas, but it doesn't, from the reports they were sending us, it doesn't appear he was doing much there. So I don't know if there were graduated sanctions used there. So I do not know if Vegas would be the best option to go back to it with the meth use that I can see. I would recommend that he do 180 days with the public safety and he be released to a residential treatment center.
Okay, anything else?
No, that'll be it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lopez, at this time, I am going to note that due to your extradition back from Nevada to Utah, Adult Probation and Parole has submitted a request for reimbursement of $276.59. That was the cost to bring you back to Utah. If the board orders that $276 as restitution, would you be willing to pay that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, when did you go on your interstate compact? Was it straight out of prison, or were you here in Utah for a while before you compacted?
So I was in Utah for a little bit. So I got out September. I was in the halfway house for 3 days, and then I went to a friend's house, and then I got my interstate compact kicked in January of 23.
Okay. So, what do you want to tell me about these allegations?
First of all, I do hold myself accountable for what I've done, and it's not an excuse what I did, and I owned up to my actions. I'm not trying to make excuses or anything. Like, I did what I did, and I do want a fresh start, and I do want a second chance. And right now I got the best jobs lined out for me. Even in Utah, I do have a friend that could get me working at Mavericks. Like, I've been doing certificates here since I've been here on the tablet, and I've been trying to better myself, and I just want to prove to you guys with this second chance that I will succeed and successfully finish probation on parole.
Okay, so let's look at these allegations. So the first one ended up being a case in Nevada for attempted carrying concealed firearm or other deadly weapon, gross misdemeanor. What happened?
So I was in my friend's car, and I went to a 7-Eleven, and I picked up a pistol and put it in my waistband and went in the store, and the cops came and grabbed me out of there and patted me down and found it on me, and I ended up getting credit for time served and sentenced to 1 day in jail.
Okay.
Yeah,
So where did you get the gun from?
it was in my friend's car, and so I didn't want to leave it in the car, so I just made a mistake and grabbed it.
It wasn't a mistake, though. I mean, you chose to put it in your pants, right?
Well, yeah, it was. I should have just left it where it was at technically, but I made a mistake grabbing it.
Mm, okay, so tell me about your drug use. So they have you down as using methamphetamine on 2/27, and then marijuana December 3rd, marijuana and methamphetamine May 1st of 2024. So what's with the drug use?
So basically, like, my biggest downfall was not having my birth certificate and ID. And so, I was staying at the house, helping my grandma out, and friends would come over and I would see them doing something. And so I'd, partake in that too. And, I wasn't doing it all the time, but still, it seemed like every time I did, my parole officer showed up, and I never, denied it. I always admitted to him, and he wouldn't have to test me because I wouldn't lie about it.
Okay, so so you were using because you didn't have a birth certificate or ID because you
I was
couldn't
just
work?
bored at home, basically. I didn't get to keep myself busy. Like, the only time I was busy is when I was helping my grandmother around the house.
Okay. And when you came back to prison here in Utah, did you sign up to get the birth certificate and info from driver's license upon release?
So I went put in for my social security card as soon as I got in with the caseworker.
Okay.
I got my birth certificate in Las Vegas still, and so now I just need to get that ID. And like, the first time I got out, they only gave me a voucher for Utah, and they wanted proof of address, which I was in the halfway house, which I didn't have the support I do in Vegas than in Utah.
Okay. And then tell me about the mental health substance abuse treatment from the the warrant, it states that, Parole in Vegas gave you 4 referrals, but it never happened for an evaluation and, any recommended treatment. So what happened?
So the very first time I went there, they basically let me pay the $100, and they said, well, I just need to bring a photo ID in for the second to start the what would you want to call it, the evaluation or whatever they were going to do after the questionnaire and all that. So basically, without the ID, they wouldn't let me go on through with it because they didn't know who I was. And I asked my parole officer multiple times if he can print something out saying that, you know, this is who I am. And he said, well, that's the referral I gave you. And I was like, well, they're not taking that without a photo ID. And, you know, that was my biggest, I couldn't do nothing without the ID.
Okay. So since you came back this time is what, I'm asking about is I know when they come into the prison, new inmates are asked if they need a birth certificate or, social security card. So have you applied for it this time that you've been back?
So I did my social security. I made sure I went and got my social security card application, and I gave it to my caseworker when I was when I first came into the prison, and he said he shipped it off, but I haven't heard nothing back from that.
Okay. So this was your first parole attempt. Your expiration date is December 12th, 2078. So, in regards to these, violations and how everything worked out this parole, what do you think you personally could do different? So you would be successful if the board gives you another release?
Truthfully, honestly, if I have my ID and social security card upon release, I have no room to fail. I mean, that's because with those, I have jobs waiting out in Vegas and in Utah. And, you know, I only have one friend in Utah who would give me the job. And if I have to stay in Utah, I'm going straight to her and asking her to give me the job so I can start working right away, so I can start paying my fines and getting off of probation and parole, because 2078 is a long time.
Yeah. What about treatment? What are your plans?
So, treatment, like, so if I have to go to classes, I would sign up right away. I wouldn't hesitate, you know, to get it done and over with so I can move on with my life and, you know, and be able to go if I have to stay on Salt Lake, because I'm not from here at all, and I'm born and raised in Vegas. So, I mean, I have plan A, plan B, and hopefully both of them will be successful as long as I have my ID.
Okay, and do you see anything else that would get in the way of you being successful besides the ID issue?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right, so I did want to let you know that this morning I received some late disclosure. Did you receive a letter this morning with a bunch of form things attached from your completion of classes since you've been back in custody? Have you seen that?
My little certificates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I've been doing certificates on the tablet as much as I can because, you know, I like to learn, and you know that's where I like to succeed in life, you know, and instead of going the other way direction. And like I said, it was not an excuse, but when my grandma died, it kind of just, I lost the drive. And that's what really kind of, you know, put me down for a little bit. But I always checked in with my parole officer when he came, and I never ran from him. I've always been there for him.
So my question was, did you get this packet?
Yes.
Oh, you got it? Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
So you do have, what, you said you have jobs that you could do both in Vegas and Utah. You said in Utah Maverick. What type of work, if you do a compact to Vegas, do you plan on doing?
So there's a company called Street Sweepers. It's basically cleaning up every big event like EDC, any kind of big parties. Like I think they did Guy Fieri's one in Vegas for the some kind of, I think, football game or something. And so Yeah. And then 7-Eleven that lives right around the corner from me.
Okay. And then, in Nevada, if you are approved for a compact, where would you live?
Back with my mother.
Okay. And that's in Las Vegas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And, since you've been back, have you reached out to mental health at all, since you've been back in Utah custody?
No, no, I have not.
What do you think your mental health is, right now? What's it?
It's good. I'm pretty, sane.
All right. Or do you have any physical issues that would get in the way of you completing parole?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you want to tell me about your parole violations or your plans for release?
That, I'm sorry for, making the mistakes I made, and, I do own up to it. And, I just hope you guys, bring it to your hearts to let me back on parole to show you guys that this is my last time, I'm not gonna, violate no more. I'm gonna do everything I need to do to get off.
Okay. So these mistakes, were any of those choices?
Yes, I mean, they were all my choices. Yes.
And, you want to make this your last parole? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir. So, I'll be sure to include that in the report, along with the recommendation from your attorney and also from APMP. In the next 7 to 10 days, you'll find out from the board their decision. It'll come to you in an inmate mail. If you are granted a parole, in that decision, you'll find out what the special conditions of parole are. And at that point, you'll have all the information you need regarding a release. At this point, do you have any questions for me?
No, I think you've about covered everything that I would need to know.
Okay. All right. So at this time, I'm just going to wish you the best of luck and we'll conclude this hearing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good day.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Shiloh Ray Wellborn, offender number 235403. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Miss Kate Conyers, on video. Can you see her?
No,
You can't see Miss Kate Conyers?
no. I just see myself right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Miss Conyers is here. I can guarantee that. So you will hear her talk in just a little bit if you can't see her. There is no representative from APMP. If a representative appears for this hearing, we will get them caught up. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, Mr. Wellborn, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Truth.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can put your hand down. Mr. Wellborn, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah, I have.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
I have, but it's pushing it out.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll discuss that in a minute.
Well, okay, that's what I was going to ask. So Kate, Mr. Wellborn did have a pending case. It's case number 241800287. And in that, it looks like he pled guilty to possession of a controlled substance as a Class A misdemeanor and interfering with a peace officer as a Class B misdemeanor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I will attach those to allegations 2 and 3. I will amend allegation 2 from a third-degree felony to a Class A misdemeanor. And then possession of marijuana as spice is a Class B misdemeanor. False info to peace officers, a Class B misdemeanor, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class B misdemeanor, were all dismissed. Now, he is scheduled to be sentenced on that case next week, November 26th of 2024. So, Kate, do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
We do waive formal reading. I guess what we could do is, I didn't know if we could go forward because the sentencing hearing set over, but if you think we can, he can admit to all of the allegations.
Okay. I'm willing to accept the admissions and let us go forward with this hearing.
Yeah, great. Let's do that then.
The only concern I have is, as you know, usually I would hold off on this report next week until he is sentenced, but I am off next week.
Okay.
So holding on to this for 2 weeks might be a stretch. What my plan today was to actually go forward with the hearing.
Okay, great.
And then if the court does not sentence him to prison on the new Class A, to recommend a release date or some sort of treatment. If the court does sentence him to prison, then obviously we'll have to come back for a PVOH.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Well, then let's go forward today.
All right. Okay, Mr. Wellborn, Ms. Conyers has indicated you'd be willing to admit to all 3 allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, before I accept these admissions, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you admit to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll accept your admissions to all 3 allegations. I will amend allegation number 2, and I will also recommend the board revoke your May 21st of 2024 parole. And I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. So he is asking for, we didn't get into a long conversation because I thought we'd be continuing this. He is asking for termination, or if he is granted another opportunity at parole, he'd like to start that at a residential treatment program. And then I'll have to rely on Mr. Wellborn to give us more information as like I said, I wasn't exactly expecting this.
Okay, I understand that. All right, Mr. Wellborn. Ms. Conyers indicated you're going to request the termination.
How long would termination be?
I don't know. I cannot answer
This
that.
is my first violation.
Right.
That's a long time, I feel like.
Well, so here's what's going against your favor. Is that you are currently, even though you're on for third-degree felonies, they're all possession, and you committed a new possession offense on your first parole attempt. In addition to that, you were not on parole for very long when you absconded, and so that kind of works against you. So my guess is a termination is not going to happen. The board is going to want you to complete some sort of treatment before they give you a termination, okay? So most likely, they're going to grant another parole.
Cool.
Okay. Tell me what happened on this parole.
I messed up. You know, it's like that boy who cried wolf. Like, when you get back on the outs and stuff from here, it's like there's not many things that they teach you in here to kind of stay away from everything and like to learn everything like on the outs. And I kind of just fell back into I don't know. I messed up.
Okay, because you were originally on probation for the commitment offenses, and you absconded from probation as well, too.
So I got like kind of I don't know, I guess I got kind of an issue of like I guess checking in and stuff. Like honestly I'm not really used to all that. Like from kind of doing work and everything my whole life, like it just kind of I'm not used to having to check in with somebody and then I don't know, it's just different. It's a different situation.
How do we get you used to checking in?
Honestly, like I said, it's that boy who cried wolf. Like, you know, like next thing you know, now I'm like, every time I come in this experience, it's different every single time. And it's like every time is more and more of a head change. So it's like, I don't really want to come back to this. This ain't the life for anybody. Like, I'd rather be free, not having to do the check-ins and stuff, like, but check in, get it all done and over with, and kind of go back to my like abiding citizen life, you know, paying taxes, working,
Okay.
maybe starting a family eventually. Like,
What
kind
were
of just
you
getting
doing
back
for
on my track. What's that?
What were you doing for the 2 months you were a fugitive?
Honestly, I was just kind of, I was nervous. I smoked a little pot and I got nervous. Every time, like it was like, oh dang, like I got nervous. And then so I was just kind of I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing.
Okay. Was the Xanax yours?
No.
Okay. Right. How's your mental health?
I feel like I'm great.
Ever been diagnosed with any issues?
ADHD.
Do you take any medications?
No, I don't like to take the medications. That's why I smoke pot.
Okay. Do you have a medical marijuana card?
No, that's been the whole hassle.
Okay. Do you plan on getting one?
Honestly, I plan on not even smoking anymore.
Okay. How's your physical health?
I feel like I'm great.
Are you doing any programming right now?
No, I was kind of waiting to see what was going on with all this. Like I don't even know like kind of what's going on.
Okay.
If they brought me to St. George, like I'm just kind of confused. I don't know the rules of here. I don't know. Every time like I get moved and stuff, it's it's a whole different mind change.
Okay. How can you find out the rules where you're at?
Honestly, I feel like I kind of know a little bit what to do. I just got to put on the tablet section coordinator.
Okay. Can you ask one of the officers or your case manager what the rules are?
Well, yeah, I know what the rules are now. You know,
Okay.
like,
All right. And it looks like you had a disciplinary violation?
yeah, stupid.
What happened there?
I was on the phone for too long. And it was only like 5 seconds. I was waiting for the couple of the guys to go in because like I don't make that many phone calls and I don't want to just like hang up. And I was letting her talk and stuff, and they flashed the lights. And I was waiting for that last guy to get into his cell, and then I heard, and I just said, "All right, love you, goodbye." You know, like I'll call you here in a minute. And I ran to my cell, and they ended up calling me over the speaker and saying I got a freaking level drop.
Okay.
I said, "What? Like for that, a whole level drop?" And there's a couple guys, like there was a dude in the shower and stuff, and they just got warnings.
Okay.
That didn't make sense to me.
Did you just get the level drop? Did you get any fines or?
That's what I thought. Like, well, honestly, I didn't even think any. Like, you know, I thought I didn't think anything was gonna happen. Like, I was hurrying. I was getting off the phone. I was doing what I was supposed to do. I was going back to my cell, but because I was like mid through the like the block area, like I was like halfway, and then they end up like I was already off the phone by the time they flashed the lights, but because I didn't hurry back to my cell, they ended up giving me a whole level drop.
Okay. Where do you plan on living once you're released?
Honestly, that's kind of what like I was hoping that treatment, because like I was gonna go back to my mom's, but it's not like they don't need someone just to keep stopping by every day. They could live their lives without like me having to be there and stuff, you know, like having to always deal with the PO and everything. Like, and so I was wanting to do the treatment. That's why they was pushing this all out, is because we was trying to get a treatment going. Because I've never had the option. They just sent me straight to prison off that first one.
Okay.
And so I was trying to do like a treatment so I can get into like a sober living or something, get back on my feet again.
Okay.
But if anything, like I was gonna like go probably back to mom's to where I don't have to do all that, because that's kind of a hassle also. But
okay.
I don't know, I guess there's a couple options.
There's a few options. I mean, one of the options is a halfway house treatment. But I mean, that'll be between you and AP&P. What kind of work do you do?
I guess anything like commercial, oil field, residential, construction. I guess just hands-on.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I appreciate you guys for taking my time.
Okay, Mr. Welborn. If the board does offer a parole or order another parole, one of the conditions is most likely going to be what's called a GPS unit. It's also known as ankle monitor. That's because you have a history of absconding, okay?
Does that cost money?
Usually the board orders it at AP&P's expense, so it won't cost you any money. Okay. Here's my caution to you. Ms. Conyers has heard it multiple times. If you are out working in the oil fields in that area, please don't use drugs, no matter what kind of drugs they are, all right? She's heard it, and it's something I hold dear and personal to my heart. I have family and friends who work in the oil fields. Okay, if you're gonna be out working with them and you're using drugs, I don't want you near them at all. Okay, that puts their lives in danger, it puts your life in danger, and that is never a good situation. Okay? All right, Mr. Welborn. Here's what'll happen going forward is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. It takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through inmate mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered. Now, most likely what'll happen is the board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. That's just to see what happens at this case that's pending and you have court next week. If you are sentenced to prison in that case, which is an option, then you will have another hearing called the PVOH. It's to address the new conviction, okay? If you are not sentenced to prison on that, the board may just grant you a parole date after that, okay?
Cool.
All right, thank you, Mr. Welborn. We'll conclude this hearing.
Thank you. Have a good one.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Alfonso Alvarez, offender number 163967. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Partisan Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Dane Isbell from APNP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Isbell, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Alvarez, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes.
Okay. So before we went on the record, we talked about this pending case. It's case number 241100121. In that case, you've been charged with intoxication as a Class C misdemeanor. I will attach that to allegation number 3. And then you've also been charged with disorderly conduct as an infraction. Now, as you mentioned before we went on the record, you were scheduled to have a court date on October 24th, but you did not show up. The court did not realize you were incarcerated at the prison at that time, so they did issue a warrant for your arrest, okay?
Yes.
In preparing for this hearing, I did talk to the prison and ask them to schedule a court date for you.
Oh, that's.
However, none has been scheduled as of this morning.
Well, I was hoping that if I was upon my release, that I could just make a court date and see.
I don't know yet. That's going to
Okay.
be up to the board.
That's fine.
So with that, Kate, do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
We do waive reading, and I think we need to enter denials at this time since they don't match the charges. And I believe that the board We'll want them to match and we'll want to watch this case. So we were planning on entering denials and then continuing this for 30 days.
Okay. Any objection to that, Agent Isbell?
Not at all.
Okay. All right. So here's what's going to happen, Mr. Alvarez. And I know you wanted to speak. Hopefully I can answer some questions for you, but if you still have questions or want to say something, I'll allow you to, okay? Ms. Conyers has indicated that you're going to deny all of the allegations. This is due to that pending case.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Usually that's what the board prefers, because if you admit to any allegations today, that can be used against you in the court case.
Yes.
Okay. The other concern is that, like she said, the allegations don't necessarily match up to what you've been charged with.
Yes.
And the board would like to see that resolved before before the board grants you a release date.
Okay, I just would like to read this because I haven't had a chance to reach out to anybody, and I did really good with Dane. I was only 4 months away from early termination.
Okay.
I never got no dirties, no nothing. I had a full-time job. I did a sober living. I just couldn't make the payment there because I didn't have the good job yet. So then I moved in with my significant other, and we've been both taking care of business. You know, we don't had no problems. And this is just what I wanted to say to you guys real fast. I just put, hello, Dane, this is Alfonso Alvarez. I'm sorry for taking this long to reach out to you. I'm just learning. I have a court date set for the 20th, which was last month. And most important, I have found out that I am not being charged with domestic violence or anything of that nature or nothing in front of my child. This is disorderly conduct and intoxication, which I could better understand and explain. I seen what was said. Seeing what you have read from the original police report and how it may look and sound. But please understand, first and foremost, there was no violence or assault earlier that day. I took my medication. Hold on. No. I took my medication, my meds, but later on that night after I napped, I had forgotten if I had already took my medication. So I took it again. But in mixing certain meds of my trihexafenadel, I think you guys have took them off, the artanes. You guys don't give them no more in the prison because they're really strong, and I take that off the street. So, and trihexafenadels, and these plus it can throw off equilibrium and comprehension. So I have had it happen before, and I bring it to my doctor's attention. Me and my girl was arguing because the way I was acting and saying, but she didn't believe me at first, you know, because she's on probation too. So she was concerned for me and thought like maybe I did something wrong, you know.
I'm going to caution you right now, Mr. Alvarez.
It's okay. I know what I'm doing.
Whatever you're saying.
Yeah, it can be used.
It can be used.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All right.
So I said until I explained, but now when it came, it was already too late and the police had responded. It says, but I wasn't understanding them because of my meds. Are also considered mental health pills. They are very strong and serious side effects when took more than the recommended dose as prescribed. But as far as I know, I was respectful and cooperated. Well, Dane, I'm sorry, very embarrassed. I apologize. I was doing so good. Please give me the benefit of the doubt as I explain and say we have never, not in 13 years of our relationship, ever been violent to each other. Never had, ever had a police interaction together, except for when we was driving. We just bought a car and we got pulled over together because we was testing the car. That was it, in Grantsville. You can check my record, her record, and with saying this and getting situations taken care of. I'm just trying to get back to Grantsville to be with our son and around. I just want to get back out to the street because I don't want to be around the wrong crowd. You know, I've been doing so good and I just want to stay on the right direction. I want to continue and have my parole successful and complete parole successfully. I just want to get back to my son and family and all the hard work I've been putting in. I don't want to throw it away. I'm just asking, can you please meet me halfway? You know, if I show the court that these charges were not what it seemed, you know, because when it did happen, they were like, hey, sorry, but this is the law. We have to separate one of you, regardless if it was, because the windows were open. we was arguing, being loud, but I was trying to explain.
Right.
I'm not a good communicator, so
Right.
she's the good communicator, not me, but, but it got solved and situated. So that's the only thing I want the board to see, that if I show you that I'm not lying, and how can we fix this? Because I was only 4 months away from early termination, only had 5 more classes left of my CBI. And that's another thing, when I was here, I did 18 months and I completed Hope and, what's the other one program? Hope and Conquest.
Okay.
And I had got out 3 days before my termination or before my completion, and I was supposed to get 4 months credited for completing the program. And then, but when I got on the parole, when I was released, you guys made me do CBI all over again, and I just did 18 months of it and completed it and successfully graduated.
Okay.
So I don't know
What
how
was
that.
that, CBI or CBT?
No, CBI.
Okay.
And CBI, all the classes, CBT, MRT, CBI, all those classes I did since the old prison to this prison to Gunnison. I went to all 3 and completed them.
Okay.
And I have my job. I don't know if Dane can send it to the board, but I just asked, can you please send the board the starting date and job description I bring to you from my job? Because I called them and I still have my job. I was doing really good. I have a $20 an hour job at Utah State Brass. And yeah, I'm doing really, really good. So that's the only thing I fear, is just being here and being in the wrong crowds again and, messing up. So
All right. Here's my advice to you, Mr. Alvarez, then, is try to avoid the wrong crowd. I know that's easier said than done, especially here. Let them be them and you do you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm just asking because you guys are the board. How does this go now? You know
Okay,
what I
so
mean?
here's what'll happen.
If I clear it and show you that there was no assault, nothing,
Yeah.
can I go back and be with my wife and my son?
Here's what'll happen. Is the board will note your denials to all the allegations.
Okay.
Okay, you'll go to court. Once that is resolved, you will be the first person to know. So write a letter to the board, letting them know it's been resolved, and then we'll have another hearing addressing what happened at court and how to move forward.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, so if it gets resolved, I could be released, and that's what I was just asking Dane.
Yeah,
So
what'll
I could
happen
go
is-
back to my family, because they had approved her, she was on probation, I'm on parole. They're, both our paroles and probation officer work together, and I just wanted to be cleared and show like, hey, can I just go back to my home again? Start
Usually
working.
what'll happen is the board will leave that up to APMP.
Okay. Well, do I have to start all over again, or do I go back to where I was, because I only had 4 months?
You'll have to start all over again, unfortunately. Okay. Now, I know you're frustrated. I see that in your face. I understand your frustration. When I say start over again, that means that you can also start from where you left off, as far as your treatment and everything else. Okay.
Well, so if I only had 5 classes left, I could go back and.
If
just
your
do
treatment provider is willing to say, just complete those 5 classes, then that's what you do.
Okay, man.
I know your frustration and.
And now
so that's
I'm
why I
gonna
wanted
probably
to
plead
explain.
guilty to the intoxication because it was my medication. So, you know what I mean? If it's
I'm not
just
gonna say what,
medication-
yeah, right. So I don't know.
I don't know how to do about that, but it was just my medications. It wasn't.
That'll be something that.
I've never had a dirty since I've never drank. I've never done nothing on parole, and he can vouch for that,
And
been
it's
stand-
in the report. I've noted that.
Okay, thank you.
Whatever you plead to in the court is between,
You mean the
your
court.
defense attorney,
Okay.
the prosecutor and the court.
I thought this was like court. so
No,
my bad.
you gotta
Sorry.
handle that first at the Grantsville Justice Court. Okay,
Okay.
that's what you've got to handle. I'm not an attorney. I'm not gonna give you any sort of legal advice. So my advice is that's between you guys.
Okay.
The board is not gonna address that until
Okay.
you resolve that in court, okay?
And it's for 120 days for the second violation, right?
It can be,
Or it could be shorter. If
it
I
could be
clear this.
shorter,
Oh.
because this
Right.
was your second parole attempt. You actually came under the new law where everything is just up to 180 days, but it's up to, now, listen to what I'm
All right,
saying.
it's all
Up
right.
to 180 days, okay? It can be shorter as well. Okay?
All right, man.
All right.
I'm sorry, man. Thank you so much for giving me support.
As far as
I'm
going
just-
back to your
was
wife
doing
and
so
your
good,
family,
man.
That's up to APMP. Okay? The
right.
board, if the board orders it, they usually say no contact unless approved by APMP, so that means you have to get it approved by APMP. But if there's no DV type action, then usually the board will not order that,
Okay,
okay?
thank you. I appreciate that. All I ask is for a chance. I've always been honest with Dane. I've never been a problem. And that's all I'm saying right now, you know. So I just want to get this cleared up, and as
Yeah.
soon as I do, just get back to my family.
So like I did, like I said, I contacted the prison, asked them to schedule a court date. You can also write a letter to the court.
Okay, and I won't be seen until it's adjudicated.
Right, that's correct. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. With that, do you have any questions for me, Mr. Alvarez? We've talked about a lot. I hope I answered.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, man. I just,
No,
I
that's fine.
feel a little frustrated and shot down right now because.
I understand that.
I didn't know that. I just thought it was like, because we didn't call the police or anything, you know,
Right.
we was just in our house, you know?
Right. Anytime, especially since they are somewhat.
Yeah, I just want to show us no violence. That's it.
And-
We can close. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Dane. I'll take care of this and get back to what I was doing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you. You guys have a good day. I appreciate it.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Joseph Wayne Cook, offender number 215312. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Partisan Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Dan Jorgensen from AP&P on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Jorgensen, so I will need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the test? Yeah, you too, Mr. Cook.
Oh, okay.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Cook, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did too.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
I did.
Okay, thank you. So Kate and Mr. Cook did have one pending case, case number 241902416. And in that case, he pled guilty to possession of a controlled substance as a third-degree felony and attempted possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person as a Class A misdemeanor. Possession of marijuana or spice, Class B misdemeanor. Possession of drug paraphernalia, Class B misdemeanor. And a pedestrian disobeying a semaphore as an infraction were all dismissed. So I will take judicial notice of those two new convictions. I will attach them to allegations 5 and 6. And he is scheduled for sentencing on January 15th of 2025. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we'll waive formal reading and we will enter denials on the others for now. I think the board will want to wait until after that sentencing hearing, especially given that one of them's a third-degree felony. They're going to want that original hearing. So we'll do that.
Correct. Okay.
One thing though, he did want to know if the board has received letters from the treatment programs. He's been applying to some programs and just wasn't sure if those letters had been received.
I don't remember seeing any of them because I would have made note.
I have one of them here with me that I just barely got yesterday.
Okay.
I haven't sent it off yet.
Will you do me a favor and give that to your case manager? Have them make a copy and email it to the board, and that way we can put it in your file.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that'll be, so Kate, is he denying all of the allegations?
Yes, I think
Okay.
that's what we should do until we can have a hearing. Let's do that.
All right. Okay, Mr. Cook. Here's what'll happen is I will enter denials to all of the allegations on your behalf. Those are really just placeholders until you go to court and are sentenced on that new case. Okay, so here's what'll happen is the board will schedule what's called the PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing, it's just a way to keep track of this pending case. Once you're sentenced, if you are sentenced to prison, the prison will get notification of it. If you are not sentenced to prison, will you please write a letter to the board, letting them know what the sentence is, and then depending on if you are sentenced to prison or not, we may come back for just another PV hearing. If you are sentenced to prison, we will conduct what's called a PVOH. It's a way to address both the parole violation allegations and the new sentence to prison, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Yes, so I'm not exactly positive what the sentence will be, but, it may be, to a program. Does that, can the board coincide with that if it is sentenced to a program? Or?
Yeah, so here's what'll happen. If you're sentenced to a program, the board will then conduct the PV hearing, the parole violation hearing. The board does not order you to a specific program. They will just say complete residential treatment program. If the court says you have to go do a specific program, then the board will accept that program, but the board does not order you to any specific program, okay?
Okay.
All right. Anything else, sir?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay, so you'll get a decision that says probably schedule a PV paper review, most likely in February.
Okay.
So once you're sentenced, just write a letter to the board and then we'll put you back on a calendar, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Tyler James Bergen, offender number 171229. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, on video. Can you see her?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from you this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Bergen, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, I spoke with her briefly the other day.
Okay. No representative from APMP is at this hearing just yet. If they do appear, we'll get them sworn in and caught up. So, Kate, APMP has 5 allegations. Do you waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
We'll waive formal reading of the allegations and we'll enter denials. And I guess I'll make a motion to strike, although that seems pointless.
No, I mean, I understand, as we talked about before, in the
Yeah.
e-prosecutor website, there is a declination to file charges. So I'm going to assume that is their decision unless something changes. With that, Mr. Bergen, here's what's going on is Ms. Conyers has denied the allegations on your behalf. She is recommending that they be dismissed, and I'm assuming that you be reinstated on parole. Okay.
Okay.
So with that information, here's what will happen. Because there is no agent here to object to those, I don't know what the board's going to do. Okay, the board has the option to not decline or not dismiss these allegations and order what's called an evidentiary hearing. In addition, I know that the district attorney's office has declined to file charges. However, that is as of right now. Even if the board dismisses these allegations, that does not prevent the district attorney from filing charges in the future. They will be controlled by the statute of limitations.
Correct.
Okay. Even if the district attorney declines to file charges and the board orders an evidentiary hearing, the board can find you guilty of violating probation or parole. Okay, this is because the board, as an allegation, has a lesser standard of proof than the court does. Okay, I don't know what the board is going to order. They can order an evidentiary hearing. If that happens, the Attorney General's office, who represents APMP, will get in contact with Ms. Conyers and they'll figure out what to do after that. Okay?
Okay, so am I under the understanding that this might be set for an evidentiary hearing, or that's what the goal is right now, correct? We're trying to get it for evidentiary, or
the goal to get you out as soon as possible would be that the board agrees to dismiss these allegations and reinstate you on parole. If the board schedules an evidentiary hearing, that's usually 30 to 60 days out. And it's a separate hearing that a board member will actually conduct. It'll be on a Monday afternoon. Okay?
so on the record I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
This is my first violation. I've never dealt with this before, so I'm not familiar with what's going on. So I apologize for the questions.
No, you're okay. That's what we're here for. For
Yeah,
the record, you are
yes.
going to deny these allegations.
Correct, and then try and set for an evidentiary hearing.
It looks like we have Agent Jorgensen. Are you here to represent APMP?
I am, Ray. Apologies. Brady McDonald just called me. He got held up out of the blue on an unexpected matter.
Okay. So we have Agent Dan Jorgensen from APMP, who is representing APMP. Now, for the record, Mr. Bergen, Agent Jorgensen was sworn in at a previous hearing and he's still under oath. So Dan, here's what has happened. Ms. Conyers has entered denials to all the allegations on Mr. Bergen's behalf. I did note that in the district attorney's e-prosecutor portal, they have declined to file charges. So I was explaining to Mr. Bergen the options now is that The board, now, since you're here, if you agree to dismiss these allegations, then Mr. Bergen will be reinstated on parole. If you are not willing to dismiss these allegations, then the board will conduct what's called an evidentiary hearing. So given that he has denied the allegations, what would you like to do, Dan?
How long has it been since he was sentenced, right? I'm looking, but you may already have it in front of you.
Since his what?
Since he was sentenced? Okay, since July
Well, he wasn't, I mean.
on the DUI.
It was 2021 were his DUIs, July of 2021.
Oh, okay. Yeah, apologies.
He still has, his total expiration date is July 6th of 2026. But all of his allegations are criminal conduct. That as I said, the district attorney's office has declined to file.
If you don't mind just giving me 1 minute.
Okay.
Apologies. I was thinking you said the AG declined to file, but I initially pulled up Exchange and it looked as though the DA had filed. So, but yeah.
Yeah, no, these are all related to an incident on September 10th of 2024, an alleged incident, and the district attorney's office has declined to file charges.
Is there any way to speak with my board attorney briefly or no? I'm not sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just
Let's go off
like
the
for
record.
10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. We'll go off the record. All right, we're back on the record for the parole violation hearing for Tyler James Bergen, offender number 171229. Originally, Mr. Bergen asked for an opportunity to speak with counsel, Ms. Conyers. Mr. Bergen, are you satisfied with your conversation with her?
I am, sir. Thank you.
All right. And then Agent Jorgensen, you spoke with the case agent, Agent McDonald, and what are we doing here?
We're willing to dismiss the criminal allegations. If Mr. Burgon's prepared to admit the technicals, we'd be agreeable to guidelines at 60 days and another parole.
Okay. Kate, what do you
If
think
I may
about?
ask a clarification, technicals on all the allegations, including some of these are, well, specifically number one is pretty serious.
Filter report.
No, number one, let's get all on the, number one is all of them are actually criminal activity, but number one
Right.
is endangerment of a child or elder adult, alleged as criminal activity. Number 2 and 3 are possession of a controlled substance. Number 4 is tampering with evidence. Number 5 is drug paraphernalia.
So
Yes.
is you're suggesting amending all of those to technicals, and if we handle those, you're asking for 60 days and another parole.
Yes.
Do you want to take
Okay.
another moment, Kate?
Mr. Bergen, do you want to chat about this?
Yeah, if I could. I thought there was another tech in there, which was an admitted, I don't even know if I should speak.
Nope,
No,
let's
I
go off the
wouldn't.
record again
Yeah,
and
let's go off
let's
the
Okay, I'll-
have another breakout.
Yes. Okay.
Hearing for Tyler James Bergen, offender number 171229. Before I ask you what you decided, Kate, Agent Jorgensen, when you guys were meeting, has stated that he would probably ask for an evidentiary hearing on these.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess if he's going to, then.
So,
Well, so if Agent Jorgensen is still willing to do the 60 days, recommend 60 days and reinstate or revoke and reinstate on parole, then I think we would probably still go. Our intention would be to amend them to technicals, strike all the felony language, the level language, and then enter no contest.
okay.
I think we need to have an evidentiary to back up a request on the public safety that was intended. And I apologize for the miscommunication, Ms. Conyers. I think me and Ray talked about it a little bit as far as just some miscommunication on the submitted report. But we're good now, and yeah, I think we need to have an evidentiary hearing. The assumption is Agent McDonald would probably be asking for a substantial amount of time.
I mean, yeah, and that's my concern. Even if he pleads no contest to technical violations, I think specifically allegation number 1, even as a technical, and just the whole circumstance altogether is probably concerning. Even if APNP was willing to recommend the 60 days and another parole, I'm almost certain the board would not agree to that.
I kind of I agree with you. So I guess let's have an evidentiary hearing.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I could give the board both options and note that he's willing to plead no contest to the allegations as a technical or deny them and schedule an evidentiary.
Okay.
I could give them both options. That I think that the board would say deny and schedule an evidentiary. I don't think that there's a big chance they would go along with 60 days and another parole.
Okay. Let's give them the option then.
Okay. With that, Mr. Bergen, this is somewhat interesting and complicated, is that I am going to note that you denied all the allegations and that APNP is requesting an evidentiary hearing. That is probably what the board is going to decide. I will also note that you are willing to conditionally plead no contest to all the allegations as technical violations and not criminal activity. With that, I'm just going to ask some basic questions about your plans for release, just in case the board agrees to the no contest, please.
Okay.
Knowing full well that, as we discussed, you are entitled to an evidentiary hearing. What this means is that APNP would need to prove the allegations against the preponderance of the evidence. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. APNP would have the ability to present evidence and witnesses against you. You would also have the ability to present witnesses and evidence for you. Okay. If I conditionally enter these no contest pleas, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
I do.
Okay. I will conditionally accept these no contest pleas and conditionally recommend the board revoke your December 19th of 2023 parole. With that, if the board does accept these no contest pleas, Kate, what is your recommendation?
So our request would be, and I guess it would ask for 60 days and release. He could start at a sober living or return to the home he was at before. It sounds like he's very employable, has a lot of opportunities, but his main pursuit employment-wise will be going to school starting in January. He has that arranged, so he's hoping to get released before January so that he can start a program he's already been, sounds like, accepted to for being an electrician. He is also a welder by trade. And then he plans to return to Treatment, he was going to treatment twice a week, so it sounds like he knows what he needs to do. And that's his request.
Okay, thank you. Agent Jorgensen, what would your recommendation be?
If the board accepts no contest admissions to technical allegations, we would be asking for a 15 to 18-month rehearing before a parole date is decided.
Okay, and you want a rehearing, and that's based upon a public safety exception?
Yeah, on top of the underlying public safety DUI behavior.
Okay. All right, okay. Now, Mr. Bergen, I know that APMP has changed their recommendation based upon what they originally said. What I want you to realize is that is just a recommendation. The board makes the final decision, okay? Ms. Conyers has recommended 60 days. Obviously, the board has options at their disposal. I am not going to ask you about these violations. The reason is that if the board does order an evidentiary hearing, they're going to discuss all the violations, okay?
Okay.
Okay. How's your mental health?
It's good. I'm aware of my surroundings and situation, and I actually do participate in mental health here at the prison. I just go and meet with the therapist once a month, just to have somebody to speak to and just kind of work on my issues and everything, and just what I can do to correct my actions.
What have you been diagnosed with?
Anxiety, PTSD, and I'm not sure what the other one was. It wasn't ADHD. I don't know what.
Okay. Do you take any medications right now?
I take stuff for like not being able to go to sleep and high anxiety.
Okay.
At night, I do. So that the prison provides for me.
Okay. How's your physical health?
It's good. Everything's healthy from what I understand.
Are you doing any treatment right now?
I'm in a program like Strive in FUR, so I take classes and I work out every day. I don't know if I completed HOPE and MRT and everything last year.
Okay.
So, and I completed Strive. I completed a couple other classes, and I just got enrolled in programming classes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you would like the board to know?
Just that I know I'm back on a violation, and it's been really hard. I didn't think I'd ever have to be back in this courtroom. I had a really great APMP agent that was working with me, and I was on the road to success, and messed up, and I'm willing to take responsibility for that, and I am.
Okay.
And I would just like to move on with my life. Don't want to do time anymore.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bergen, here's what'll happen going forward, is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing. Now, like I said, I don't know what the board's going to decide, but I'm going to give them a couple options. Okay. They can note the denials to the allegations and schedule an evidentiary hearing, or they can accept the no contest pleas to the technical violations.
Okay.
Okay. That's entirely up to them. So I don't know what they're going to decide. It can be a couple weeks before they make a decision. So don't worry if it doesn't come tomorrow or next week. Okay?
Right.
And especially with next week having a holiday in it, it might take a little bit longer. Okay.
Right. Okay. And in regards to APMP's recommendation, 18 months, I will only have about a month and a half, 2 months, and I'll be expirated at that
Right.
point.
So
So I
they'll
mean,
take that into consideration as well. Most if, and it's a big if, I'm not saying it's going to happen. Most likely it won't. If the board does go with APMP's recommendation, they will probably order you to complete some sort of treatment program while you're in prison and then just give you a termination. Okay.
okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bergen.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Sione Okani Taufa, offender number 212041. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Right. Did I pronounce your name right?
Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Ashley Johnston from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Johnson, so I'll need to swear you in. If you could raise your right hands for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Tofa, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And it looks like you do have a friend in attendance here to support you, okay?
All right.
All right, so it looks like APMP has 2 allegations. Kate, do we waive formal reading, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, we do waive formal reading. We're making a motion to strike number 2, and I have some explanation for that, or to deny it and then enter a denial and strike number 2. However, he will admit to number 1.
He'll admit to number 1?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Agent Johnston, what do you want to do with allegation number 2?
Well, I think that we disagree. He reportedly was going to live in Utah County, and a transfer was initiated by Agent Costin. And when the agent that received the transfer in Utah County attempted to go to that address that was provided, it was found that it was never a legitimate place he could go. It wasn't good. It was immediately denied. And when Agent Costin tried to get in touch with Mr. Tofa, he was unable to. He refused to return phone calls. And we then received, I guess, a phone call. I'm not sure if it went directly to Agent Costin or to our supervisor. I'm not clear who got it first, but we received complaints from a hotel manager where Mr. Tofa's girlfriend was working, or ex-girlfriend, that Mr. Tofa had gone there in search of her and had assaulted an employee. Again, Agent Costin was trying to locate him to find out his location, where he was staying, and to get him to communicate. He still had a GPS unit on his ankle, so he could tell, Agent Costin could tell that he was in the Salt Lake City area and that the battery was precariously low. So he tried to ping the GPS unit to try to get Mr. Tofa to communicate. However, he was not able to after 24 hours of trying to make that kind of contact with him by phone or by the GPS ping. He then, at the request of a supervisor, and because of the reported possible assault, we then notified the board and the warrant was issued.
Okay, so sounds to me then like you want an evidentiary hearing on allegation 2?
Yes,
sir.
Hang on, Mr. Taufa.
All right, sorry.
Sorry about that. As on behalf of Agent Costin, I mean, it is his allegation that it was an absconsion due to the fact that the address that was provided was not an address, that Mr. Taufa was not staying at any point in time at that address that was provided in Provo, and he wasn't able to get in touch with Mr. Taufa for a period of time, and the fact that he didn't know where he was and wasn't getting that communication with him would constitute absconding.
Okay, so when you say the address was not a valid address, did it not exist, or he just wasn't allowed to?
It existed as far as what the Utah County agent reported, that Mr. Taufa was not living there or staying there, and that the occupants at the home reported that he was not going to be living there at any time or had not lived there at any time, which was not what I guess was originally reported to Agent Costin by Mr. Taufa.
Okay. All right, okay. Kate, what do you want to do with the agent or allegation 2? Do you want to take a minute and speak to Mr. Taufa?
Mr. Taufa, do you want to speak with me about it? It sounds like the choices are to say no contest, or have an evidentiary hearing. Those are your choices. I'm happy to talk to you about them.
I understand the whole situation. Can I speak on my behalf, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, let's, okay, I'm gonna allow you to speak here in a minute. Let's deal with
Okay.
allegation number 2 right now.
Allegation number 2, I'm wrong because the communication was failed, you know, my intentions,
Okay. So are you saying no contest then, sir?
no contest.
Okay, so we'll enter no contest on both of the 2 allegations.
Okay, all right. So with that, Mr. Taufa, I have that you are willing to plead no contest to both allegations today. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before I accept these pleas, I'll need to inform you of your rights. You have the right to an evidentiary hearing. This means the state would need to prove the allegations against you by a preponderance of the evidence. The state would have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence against you. You would be represented by an attorney at no cost to you and would be able to confront and cross-examine the state's witnesses. You would also have the opportunity to present witnesses and evidence on your own behalf. If you plead no contest to these allegations today, you will be giving up your right to an evidentiary hearing. Do you understand this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept your no contest pleas to the allegations. Recommend the board revoke your June 18th of 2024 parole. And then I'll turn the time over to you, Kate.
Thank you. What he's asking for is 90 days and another opportunity with credit for time that he's been in custody and another opportunity at parole. He is very anxious to get out as soon as possible so that he can get back to work so he can provide for his family and specifically his daughter who's in college who needs his financial assistance. He also wants to get back and do treatment like he was doing. It sounds like he's done quite a bit of treatment and in fact has been the head coordinator of drug program. It sounds like maybe even twice. He's done a program twice. So he wants to continue the treatment that he was doing and basically do that. He tells me that he hasn't had a write-up since 2017 and he always does his best and that's reflected in his interactions with others. He's constantly mentoring and encouraging others. So sounds like he's a real role model and continues to and will continue to be so on parole if given another opportunity. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Agent Johnston, what's your recommendation?
So our recommendation from Agent Costin would be that if given another parole, this would be his 5th in these cases. Looking at his past parole performances, the longest one that he lasted outside was for just under 7 months. I think the concern is maybe he needs to do more than 90 days. If we would move that he do 180 days and be released to a community correctional center and stabilize there first before coming back out into the community. And again, having the requirement of the ankle monitor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Taufa, we've heard from your attorney, we've heard from APMP. My main concern is that this is not the first time that you have failed to report or changed residence or absconded, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with my expressing that concern, tell me what happened on this parole.
Yes, sir. When we speak about this parole, this is the best parole I've had. I moved to Cedar City and environment, you know, willpower is only enough, but my environment there was stable. I didn't get high. This parole. I didn't commit crimes. I was working and I was sending money to support for the first time. Being exhausted after work was so gratifying because I knew that the money that I was making and the things that I were doing were to support my daughter, I've never supported them in my life, you know? So when I was building this character of me, every night when I talked to my mom, this is the address I went to, my mom would express the 15 grandkids, the 3 siblings, and the support that she wasn't having at home. And I was working and doing good every day until my mom broke down. And then I told my mom, okay, then, you know, if I felt guilty just a little bit to be paying for a rent and doing the.
Oh, hang on, Mr. Taufa. It looks like your microphone died. Jonathan, can we get a new microphone, please?
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
All right, now I can hear you. Okay, so what we heard was your mom expressed 3 siblings, 15 grandkids. She wasn't being supported by them. You were paying rent.
So
for
yeah,
her.
I was,
Okay.
yes, and I was staying at a sober living. And I told my mom, she's like, I'm not gonna make it too long. My mom's already had 2 strokes, and it was bothering me because I know that she's been taking care of me all my life, and this is the man I've been giving her. So I expressed that to my PO. I left on a Tuesday. He gave me a chance to check in. He told me since I left in the night that I can check in on Thursday. When I went into the Provo PO, he gave me a card and said, the supervisor for the PO told me to call him on Monday, and then we can go from there. If he's there, then I could check in. I called him on Monday, but let's fast forward. Let's backtrack. Me staying at my mom's house that just the weekend, on Sunday, my mom asked me to go to church. All the things that I've recognized from the things that were going on at my house, I told my mom, look, Mom, there's no way I can help you if I can't work. There's no work around here, Mom. The PO's office is 40 miles away. Some of the siblings are still doing drugs. And those were my 3 main things that I thought to myself, it's not going to happen. There's no way I'm going to be able to help my mom do the things that I needed to do if I can't get my PO, work, or do the things that I needed to do. That was on a Monday. I expressed that to my PO when I called him on Monday. My PO, I thought when he said, okay, when I told him that plan and what was going on, he said, okay, report back to Cedar City. I'm just going to deny the address. So I knew that I have to report back to Cedar City. So I thought that he was going to tell him that I was going to be back on Friday. On Wednesday, I was getting a check from Cedar City because I was working at a bucket company, and that's when I got my ticket on Wednesday. I was in Salt Lake at the house that I was going. The manager of the hotel is there. That's the person that's at the thing supporting me, because I tried and I'm doing good. And I've given the system 3 head coordinator times. I've graduated the program 2 times. I finally had a chance, an opportunity to really get it down this time. I worked the whole time, and it was environment. I was headed back on Friday, and on Thursday if I would have seen the number, because I had it saved on probation, he must have called on the 435 number. I already contacted my sober living and told him that I was coming back. He knew it. The guy that was running it knew I was coming back. Where I failed was that I should have communicated with him, or I should have called him. But those were my plans. I didn't get high. I didn't commit crimes. I'm doing the best that I can. And I knew that the reset of this time is that this is my last chance. And I've been doing everything that I got to do. And I'm also doing it still till this day. In my section, everybody's locked down. When they tell me to rack in, I rack in. Probably the only guy, me and 4 other guys. My family needs this though, not the prison. Me being the good guy that I am, I really want an honest chance. Like the miscommunication that we had, me and Costin's been fearful of me. Costin doesn't know the past me. What you see on the paper is not what I gave Costin. I gave Costin 100% when I was down there. Not no crimes. Nothing else. I gave him straight work. When they said get a job, I got a job. Never before have I got a job on parole. But I get it. It was my environment, and it's always been my environment. And I'm willing to do those things. And I'm willing to know that my mom, even if she passes away from taking care of the kids, I can't help them. I can't help them if I can't help myself. And that's understandable. And I'm willing to do everything I got to do because I need that job, because I have to break bread with she has a single income. My baby's mama, she's taking care of the kids, and she's going to college, and $800 on my check, that was gratifying. That was worth having all the pains of standing up in 12 hours. Those are the things that I've learned in Cedar City. Cedar City gave me things that I didn't learn in those programs, things that I didn't learn in prison. Cedar City gave me stability, and I knew that I needed to come home. And Cedar City is actually my home, and I set up 2 treatment plans, because I asked Sean Costin if I can come back. I had people reach out. If I can't do Horizon Men's House, then I'm going to have to do the men's house over here in the Haven. I already know the things that I got to do and the things that I need to do before I can support my family, because here I am again. There's no way I can support them if I'm right here. So I have to keep my nose clean. I got to keep it down, and I got to handle the treatment, or I can't take care of nobody. I understand. And
I'm glad you recognize it.
Miscommunication.
I understand that's a hard lesson to learn, is take care of yourself first.
Yes.
Right? But
I
it is
learned
a
it. I
lesson
learned
that
it right
people
in
need
the-
to learn. It's sometimes not something people agree with. But you said it, you can't be there for your family unless you're there for yourself. Okay. Are you still gang affiliated?
No gang affiliations.
How's your mental health?
It's good. It's actually healthy. When they tell me what to do, I do it. I'm truly, I just, if there's an issue about the hotel, the manager of the hotel is in the building. I was trying to get everything in line so that we could have an opportunity to just get my life started again.
Okay. Here's my recommendation for you. For the time being, stay away from that hotel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's going to solve a lot of problems.
She's in the building right now. That's her.
Okay. Okay. Do you plan on going back to Cedar City?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of employment did you have?
I had the bucket company.
What's it called?
It's called a Moser.
Okay. What do they do?
Moser, we created buckets and
buckets.
I was only a temp for 3 days and I got my own line, 2 lines.
Okay.
So I'm ready to go back as soon as possible. I know the whole get down. I work hard.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I would like to ask Sean Costin and Cedar City if I could please continue my treatment and my environment there, because it truly changed my life.
Here's the good news. I'm pretty certain that they're going to encourage you to continue treatment down there and taking positive steps. Okay, that's what they're there for. That's what this is about. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tofa, here's what will happen going forward is I will type up my report and I'll submit it to the board this week. Takes 3 out of the 5 board members to agree to make a decision. Once that decision is made, they'll notify you in writing through in May mail. If your friends or family want to know what the board's decision is, they can check the board's website and it'll be updated as soon as a decision is entered, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tofa.
Good luck,
Thank you,
sir.
Pio. Thank you.
Hi, Fiona.
Thanks,
Bye.
Ashley.
Hi. Thank you.
All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Moises Paredes, offender number 231872. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons of Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. With us, we have your attorney, Ms. Kate Conyers, and Agent Mike Arnold from APMP on video. Can you see them both?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Arnold this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can put your hands down. Mr. Paredes, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
And did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers?
No.
No. Oh, that's right. Okay.
We did
Do
not.
you want a
That's
moment to
right.
speak with her? We're going to continue this hearing anyways, based upon the pending charges in court against you. So if you would like, you can take a moment to speak with her. But that's up to you.
Okay. Yeah, just because it'll be relatively.
So it's going to be real quick. You do have a pending case. It's case number 241902520 for 2 counts of failure to register as a sex offender. Both of them are 3rd-degree felonies. This case is set for a preliminary hearing on January 21st of 2025. Usually what happens is you will just deny all of the allegations, and then the board will schedule what's called a PV paper review to see what happens in court, okay?
Okay.
Did you also receive the late disclosure that were letters from friends and coworkers?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. With that, do you still want to talk to Kate?
It might not be necessary since that was really my primary concern was that.
Okay.
Sir, I do also need to address the court on one other matter.
Yeah. Agent Arnold?
Yeah, so I also spoke with the MICAC investigators on his other investigation. And they informed me that they have sent that to a Carl Holland with the Attorney General's office, and that they are possibly looking at federal charges, filing it in that case. I have not confirmed that yet, but that is where he said he sent the case to, is for prosecution to the AG's office. So
Okay. I'm not sure that changes anything on our end as of right now. However, if he is charged federally, Agent Arnold, the board will need an amended warrant request,
of course,
updating that. It
as
may
soon as I
just,
find it, I'll send it to you for sure.
okay. Okay, so Mr. Paredes, that is some new information to the board and to Ms. Conyers and to probably yourself as well, is that it appears that there is a possibility of the Attorney General's office working with the U.S. Attorney's office and filing some charges in federal court. If that does happen, that really doesn't change what's going to happen today. We'll just continue that based upon if charges are filed in federal court. We'll just wait for, if possible, both the state and federal court to go through their process.
Okay.
If charges are not filed in federal court, then we'll wait for this court case to work its way out in court, okay?
Okay.
Either way, I know what Kate's gonna ask is that you please keep her apprised of everything that happens, Agent Arnold, and the board would appreciate that as well, so that she can represent Mr. Paredes appropriately.
Of course.
All right. Do we have anything else, or did we cover everything?
I believe that.
Everything on my end.
All right. Okay, Mr. Paredes. So here's what'll happen going forward is I will enter denials to all the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to track the case that is currently winding its way through state court and any possible federal charges. Once the state court is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board letting them know it's been resolved?
Yes.
And then we'll keep track and see if, excuse me, Agent Arnold, please notify the board and Ms. Conyers if charges are filed federally. If they are not, then we'll come back and have the appropriate hearing, okay?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Paredes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Agent Arnold.
You're welcome. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you.
Mr. Daring? Good, and you? Good. All right, this is the time and place set for a parole violation hearing for Christopher Mark Daring, offender number 137536. Is that you, sir? That is. All right, good afternoon. My name is Ray Reynoso. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. Nice to meet you. With us, we have Ms. Kate Conyers, your attorney, and Agent Jared Rose from APMP on video. Can you see them both? I can. Thank you. I'll be taking testimony from both you and Agent Rose this afternoon, so I'll need to place you under oath. If you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Daring, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing? I did. Did you receive your blue disclosure packet? I did. Okay, and did you have a chance to speak with Ms. Conyers? I did. Okay. So Kate, Mr. Daring does have actually 2 pending cases. The first one I'm not concerned about. It's case number 245003892 for failure to register expired vehicle registration. It's an infraction. So you probably got a ticket for having expired registration on your vehicle. I'm not concerned about it. Okay. I don't know. It happened back in August. I'm not concerned. They issued a warrant for your arrest because you didn't pay the fine or whatever. That's probably because you were in prison.
Okay.
Once you're released, contact the court. It's an infraction, so they cannot incarcerate you for that.
Certain.
Okay. The second case is the concerning case and why we're here today. It's case number 241101092. In that case, you've been charged with forcible sodomy, a first-degree felony, kidnapping, a second-degree felony, 4 counts of aggravated assault, all third-degree felonies, driving with a measurable controlled substance as a Class B misdemeanor. Now, this case is set for a preliminary hearing on December 13th of 2024. Okay. So with that, Kate, do you waive formal reading of the allegations, and are there any motions or pleas?
Yes, thank you. We'll waive formal reading of the allegations, and we will enter denials and motion to continue for 30 days while that case he will be resolved at the prelim.
Okay, all right. So here's what will happen, Mr. Daring. I'll enter denials to all the allegations on your behalf. The board will schedule what's called a PV paper review. It's not an actual board hearing. It's just a way to allow this court case to be resolved. Once this court case is resolved, will you please write a letter to the board, letting them know it's been resolved? Then we'll get you back on an appropriate calendar as soon as possible. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
I do not.
All right. With that, we will conclude this hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Ray,
Jared.
good to see you.
Kate, great to see you. I'll see you in a couple weeks again.